home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Time, Tyson Gay right, hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wankweke Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Under the sun, elevating their favorite sign when he hit and rhyme. You wanted it, you got it. The whole world is watching, so let's get this poppin'. We all at? We right here. Only one life to live, got so much to give. Fighting for the nation now, that is my gift. Run like a champion and win like a king. That's my only
Embarrassing U-turn from Gianni Infantino, who has scrapped his controversial plan to sell off stakes in FIFA competitions, including the World Cup. It comes after global criticism aimed at the FIFA president, who in a lengthy statement in the early hours of this morning admitted the project had created divisions and was no longer in the interest of its original objective. Infantino was in Morocco yesterday celebrating their throne day as governing bodies continued to criticize the proposals, and in another late media release he admitted the majority of FIFA association members did not support him. Well, this is what he said. Having listened carefully to all the views, it has become clear that the project has created divisions of a nature that, regardless of the level of support, are no longer in the interest of the objective set out in the first place. Our purpose has always been and will always be to unite and improve. Well, as a result, this proposal will not proceed moving forward. My intent is to bring all interested parties back together in the coming days and weeks in the spirit of shared interest in our game, and with the objective to continue growing football everywhere, particularly in those countries that mostly need our support.
Roadblocks, one shot, one truth, no fears, one flag. Oh yeah, we've been waiting for this. Oh yeah, we all at? We wait.
Lovely afternoon to you and welcome to another edition of Today's Sports Life on your premium news, talk and sports radio station. We are the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. It's a lovely Saturday afternoon, and of course, when the weekend comes around, we dwell for around 5 hours, everything that concerns the ever-exciting world of football on a Saturday like this. And of course, it's the marathon edition of Today's Sports Life here on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt in the Garden City of the nation. My name is Somto Isaac, and we have assembled once again to do the business of talking football for the next 5 hours. From 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., we will dwell on everything concerning European football. Gianni Infantino, he's had a turnaround in his requests and his wish to proceed ahead with selling a stake in FIFA as it concerns the commercial rights of FIFA, the FFE initiative, as well as Chelsea Football Club being sanctioned once again with a suspended ban. There's also talk of transfer news moving around the area and the world of football. And hey, it's the preseason time. Lots of clubs are getting in minutes in preseason. Just before we began this show, Chelsea Football Club, they lost to Tottenham Hotspur. It doesn't rain yet for Chelsea, just like it has been in River State. I mean, it's preseason, nothing to think about too much. They lost to Tottenham Hotspur, a late goal from Richarlison. Tottenham Hotspur had a red card in that one. By the way, Esteval netted the equalizer after Sandro Tonali had put Spurs ahead on 17 minutes, and Richarlison netting a late winner on 92 minutes. So Tottenham Hotspur beating Chelsea by 2-1, and it's also going down right now for Manchester City in the Kai Tak Sports Park in Hong Kong. Manchester City are playing out a 1-1 draw against Inter Milan in that particular club-friendly game. It's 1-1 and it's halftime. City took the lead through the man known as Divin Mubama. Yeah, David Mubama, the man putting City ahead on 14 minutes, and Benjamin Pavard equalizing for Inter on 20 minutes. So, clubs getting in minutes in preseason. Dortmund also winning 1-0 against Tokyo. Leverkusen were also victorious against RWSN. So Leverkusen winning by 3 goals to nothing. Some of the other club-friendly games, Manchester United will be in action from 2 p.m. against Atletico de Madrid. Real Madrid from 5 p.m. will be in action against Fiorentina. Girona will also take on Arsenal from 7 p.m. So these are the selected club-friendly games you will be seeing today. And that's also the cue to let you know that it's a new month. Welcome to the month of August, and of course, happy new month to you. This is also the month that the regular European season gets underway. Not just Europe, also the MPFL also gets underway this month. So it's a month of football, which has also begun with a football action in preseason. Teams getting minutes under their belts.
One shot, one truth, no fears, one flag. Oh yeah, we've been waiting for this all year.
So from 1 to 4 p.m. we will be dissecting all that transpires across Europe and European football. UEFA have also released a statement saying that they have no votes of confidence for Gianni Infantino right now because of everything that is going on with his plans to sell off a stake. And they say that football is for the people and not for private equity investors to channel their money into. They believe decisions made in football should have the strength of the people deciding that. Anyways, we'll talk about all of that, but later on in the show from 4 to 6 p.m. we then turn our attentions to Nigerian football. Rivers United did have a friendly today, preseason friendly. You can call that that one. Yeah, a preseason friendly they had against Abia Warriors. Also give you the latest on that one. And also don't forget the Super Falcons. They will be in action today. The Super Falcons will also be in action. We will look ahead to that one from 9 p.m. The Falcons gets into that big time game against the Zambians. And also Rivers United in action today. Like I did tell you, they did defeat Abia Warriors by 1-0. So from 4 to 6 p.m. we'll discuss everything that concerns Nigerian football. A lot of backlash towards the Falcons preparations ahead of the WAFCON. Yeah, so all of this we will be discussing on the show. Remember, it's very, very interactive. And today I would be able to give the ability for us to get in voice notes on the show. So if you want to also send across a voice note on anything we are discussing on the show, be sure to do that. Keep it civil, and let's achieve a time of 60 seconds for every of those voice notes. Maximum 90 seconds. 1 hour 30. Did I say 1 hour? 1 minute 30 seconds, please. Maximum of that. So it's a Saturday. I mean, let's enjoy the show together, and let's get into the frenzy of football on the show this afternoon. So the phone line to always call, get in your thoughts, 0810 951 0951. 0810 951 0951. That's the number to call to be able to join in on the show this afternoon. It will be interesting to get in your thoughts and everything we will be discussing on the show this afternoon. So 0810 951 0951. It's a marathon edition on a Saturday like this, so your calls will be welcome at any point in time. But also, in case you don't want to send a call across, you can also text. It's very easy for you to text and get access to us. 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. That's the SMS and the WhatsApp number for you to get in your thoughts on the show. In case you also want to get in your voice notes on the show, you are welcome to do that. 0701 933 9962. And via other social media handles, we're live on YouTube. We are live today, 951 FM. Just place the search across and you will be locating us with that one simple stop. Today, 951 FM. That's on YouTube live. And also, we're also live on Twitch. Today FM 951. Just switch things up a bit on Twitch. Today FM 951. On YouTube is Today 951 FM. On Twitch is Today FM 951. And on Facebook, you can find us at Today95.1 FM, Today95.1 FM on Instagram and X. It also shares similar handles, Today FM 951, Today FM 951. And hey, you can listen audio only via the website www.todayfmlive.com. Click listen live either via the homepage or from the menu list. And you can also connect via TuneIn and Radio Garden apps. Search for Today 95.1 FM. So, ladies and gentlemen, the marathon edition on a Saturday here on Today 95.1 FM regarding everything football on Today Sports Life. From 1 to 4 p.m. we'll dissect everything that concerns FIFA, Chelsea, transfers, and every other thing you would want to weigh in and get your thoughts in on the show. My name is Somto Isaac, and this promises to be an enjoyable ride. Let's begin with the news regarding FIFA. And FIFA President Gianni Infantino said on Friday that World Football's governing body had scrapped plans to sell a stake in the World Cup to private investors after widespread backlash. Now, FIFA's plan was to raise up to $4.2 billion by selling around a 20% stake in a new unit that will run FIFA events, including the World Cup. Now, the proposal, first announced on Tuesday, immediately faced a storm of opposition. European football's governing body, UEFA, threatened a boycott of events and accused FIFA of putting the sport's soul up for sale. And in relation to that, you can also see that FIFA Chief Operating Officer Kevin Lamore has added his opinion to that, saying that FIFA staff were, in quotes, deceived by President Gianni Infantino's plans for the FIFA Forward Enterprise. Now, Infantino sent a proposal for the FIFA Forward Enterprise, a $20 billion company that will control the organization and revenue of the FIFA World Cup and be chaired by Infantino to the 211 FIFA members earlier this week. And also, just to let you know that he has abandoned those plans, you can have a listen to this.
Controversial plan to sell off stakes in FIFA competitions, including the World Cup. It comes after global criticism aimed at the FIFA president, and an embarrassing U-turn from Gianni Infantino, who has scrapped his controversial plan to sell off stakes in FIFA competitions, including the World Cup. It comes after global criticism aimed at the FIFA president, who in a lengthy statement in the early hours of this morning admitted the project had created divisions and was no longer in the interest of its original objective. Infantino was in Morocco yesterday celebrating their throne day as governing bodies continue to criticize the proposals, and in another late media release he admitted the majority of FIFA association members did not support him. Well, this is what he said. Having listened carefully to all the views, it has become clear that the project has created divisions of a nature that, regardless of the level of support, are no longer in the interest of the objective set out in the first place. Our purpose has always been and will always be to unite and improve. Well, as a result, this proposal will not proceed moving forward. My intent is to bring all interested parties back together in the coming days and weeks in the spirit of shared interest in our game, and with the objective to continue growing football everywhere, particularly in those countries that mostly need our support.
So with that in mind, you now know that Gianni Infantino has abandoned his controversial plan to sell a stake in future World Cup profits to private equity investors after fierce opposition from football's governing bodies. Now, despite walking back on his plans, UEFA has officially declared a loss of confidence in Infantino. Now, FIFA had announced on Tuesday that it was seeking to launch, of course, that FIFA Forward Enterprise known as the FFE, which will bring together the sale of FIFA's commercial rights, including broadcasting, sponsorship, ticketing, and licensing, with the operational delivery of its tournaments. Now, Infantino had then given football associations until the 19th of September to back his proposals to sell off part of FIFA to private investors with a £30.1 million incentive to accept. That's, of course, equivalent to $40 million. But the controversial proposals received fierce criticism from UEFA, CONCACAF, and, of course, the Asian Football Confederation, AFC. And add to that, the Prime Minister of UK, Andy Bonham, also adding his condemnation by calling for FIFA to undertake an urgent review of its governance. In case you've not really followed all that has happened in the timeline of this from, of course, the start of this week, Can I have a listen to this?
Well, we'll wait to see what long-term effects this has on his presidency, but it marks a turbulent 4 days. It started on Tuesday as the Times revealed Infantino was launching FIFA Forward Enterprise. Well, later that afternoon, UEFA were the first governing body to respond, and the verdict was damning. They said that the soul and governance of football are not assets to trade. A day later, Gianni Infantino released a video clarifying his and FIFA's position, calling it a golden opportunity to turbocharge football development around the world. FIFA then responded, holding emergency talks and meetings on Thursday, where all 55 members unanimously agreed to boycott FIFA's competitions in protest. Well, later that evening, CONCACAF joined the party, rejecting Infantino's proposal, but did not impose a complete boycott. Well, yesterday was when things really started to heat up. At 4 a.m. UK time, FIFA refuted claims they were selling football and blamed what they called incorrect media reports, but was still pushing on with that proposal. However, the Asian Football Federation would later join UEFA and CONCACAF in opposing Infantino's plan, whilst two senior members of FIFA lashed out, including Chief Operating Officer Kevin Lamore, who claimed they had been deceived. So that's at FIFA. And then at 12:30 a.m. this morning, Infantino pulled the plug on his controversial plan, citing clear divisions, and would now focus on bringing everyone back together again.
So, of course, with all of that explanations or those explanations in mind, you obviously see that that idea of the FIFA Forward Enterprise is dead on arrival. UEFA saying they would boycott anything regarding FIFA's competitions, World Cup, Club World Cup. These steps probably so excessive, but in a bit to pass a message. And then today saying that they have a loss of confidence on whatever Gianni Infantino is doing as the Supremo of FIFA. Now, Gianni Infantino pulling the plug on this World Cup sell-off plan, would it be a desperate attempt to keep his job as FIFA president? Of course, outside pressure increasing from the inside, from the outside. Infantino being forced to act to save his own skin. Late night statements released from FIFA around 12:30 a.m. But in a clear sign that Infantino is losing support from the organization he is supposed to lead. That statement which FIFA released was titled as being attributed to the FIFA president. That statement was marked as being attributed to the FIFA president. Now, the statement was short, of course, by FIFA standards, and anyone searching for the word sorry, anyone searching for any kind of apology, of course, we're disappointed. For Infantino, sorry seems to be the hardest word from some reports from a lot of people who are dissecting this particular occurrence. Now, the big question remains is whether Infantino can survive this whirlwind. In normal circumstances, you should be able to ask how damaging this has been for Infantino's reputation. But of course, many would argue that he does not have much of a reputation left to damage, because you look at what has happened from the FIFA World Cup, you look at what has also happened from his association with Donald Trump, also leading to Trump calling for that red card to Folarin Balogun to be upheld under abnormal circumstances. So what else is Infantino really looking to save his skin? Now, it's difficult to unseat, of course, a FIFA president, and knowing Infantino, you would obviously expect him to want to remain in power as long as possible. Now, of course, the FIFA elections, talking about the presidential election, comes up in March in Morocco. And up until the events of this week, it was almost guaranteed that Infantino would be the only candidate. He already had, of course, the support of more than 200 of FIFA's 211 member associations, including the English FA. But, of course, many of those federations will now be reconsidering their options. Now, many leaders in the world of football will now be searching for a rival. We've heard of CONCACAF trying to produce someone to rival Infantino. UEFA also trying to produce someone to rival Infantino. There's been talk of Nasser Al-Khelaifi, the president of Paris Saint-Germain. Also, the UEFA president himself, Alexander Cheferin, has sort of distanced himself from contesting for football's number one seat. And Al-Khelaifi, too, on the other hand, is also declining from contesting for football's number one seat. Although the CONCACAF, like I did tell you, are reasonably looking at someone to be able to take the reins of that particular one. And he is a football chief, Victor Montagliani. We hear that he's making moves to challenge Gianni Infantino. That was according to reports from the iPaper on Friday. So you look at all of this, Infantino having the support of around 200 of FIFA's 211 member associations, including the English FA. But now the FA also citing that statement released from UEFA that they also don't have any confidence in Infantino moving forward. Now it remains to be seen if these relationships can be repaired. Now, many leaders, of course, in world football would now be searching for people or men who can stand for this presidency before the November 18 deadline, as they will be looking towards them to declare their intention. The deadline for that is the 18th of November. Now, in the meantime, Infantino now has a lot of explaining to do. The people he works with, they were deceived. We've seen resignations on Friday from people in FIFA. The FIFA Council members also needing explanations from Infantino. Don't forget, confederation presidents, federation presidents, chief executives, of course, the bankers and investors he worked with secretly on this project. Of course, we do know that he must have given a sense of his word to this private investor, saying, okay, this can work out, we can sell you this. A lot of the confederations have now said there was not a widespread consultation before Infantino would want to impose this on us, because there was a deadline. You can accept this and get the $40 million that is associated with this, or you can bid that goodbye too, on the other hand. But everybody working together saying, no, they do not want this. CONCACAF releasing their own statements, UEFA releasing or threatening, in fact, as far as a boycott. Asian Football Federation also joining their voice to say, no, this cannot happen in FIFA. Now, of course, from a report from Kavisel Hokol, Sky Sports journalist, he quoted the words saying Donald Trump famously does not like losers, Infantino promising him something he could not deliver. And how long until Trump sees that Infantino is yesterday's man, according to Kavisel Hokol? Do you think there is also now an expiration date on Infantino's term as the president of FIFA? A lot of people firing back at this, but has anyone looked at the positives that could come out of this? Do you think there were positives? Because a famous liner from Infantino, countries like Cape Verde doing very well in the World Cup, getting to the knockout phases. You could also see countries like Curacao in the World Cup, Uzbekistan in the World Cup, DR Congo in the World Cup, saying that some of these national teams could do more with better funding, and they could be better with some more adequate funding in their pockets. And it also largely contributes to the development of football on a widespread case. Do you think most of these European teams, top European teams, don't want to be unseated at the pinnacle of football, seeing how some of these other countries, Cape Verde taking Argentina to extra time, DR Congo playing out a draw against Portugal, DR Congo taking England to the absolute limit in that knockout game? Do you think a lot of these top tier national teams don't want to be unseated, don't want a lot of these other countries to be able to rival them at the top. Because if you could have a deep search on Infantino's ideas, there could be something really, really nice maybe brewing there. Or do you just think, no, you can't sell a stake of FIFA to private investors? They know not what football is about. Football belongs to the people, represented by this federation president, represented by this confederation president, and there should not be decisions made without them, especially when it pertains to the competitions itself, especially when it pertains to the commercial rights of FIFA itself. Do you think this idea from Infantino has just cost him every bit of work he's put in to remain as FIFA president? Now, do you also blame the man? Because some foreign investors, some billionaire investors have probably seen what transpired from the World Cup in the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and knowing how business always will be business, they have seen a potential in investing whatever they have into the world of football, and it seems it could bear a lot of fruit. So do you also blame Infantino on a larger cycle that you could have avoided being drawn into the money play by some of these world powers? Although, did he have much of a choice, or was he just exploring something that could be very, very instrumental for FIFA and a lot of others on this? Very, very interesting conversations that could be had this afternoon on the show. And if you want to weigh in on that, 0810 951 0951, 0810 951 0951. That's the number to call. And of course, the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is still very active, 0701 933 996. I could see some messages already, and I'll take them in due time. But what is your take in everything that has transpired with Gianni Infantino, with FIFA? I'd also be getting some experts on the show for them to also weigh in on everything that is or that has been playing out in the politics of FIFA, in the upper echelons of football, since all of this news filtered in from yesterday down till today. 0810 951 0951 and 0701 933 9962. Those are the SMS and WhatsApp portals to get to. We'll also get into transfer stories later on in the show. Vinicius Jr., there's a report coming out from the Athletic today, and don't forget the likes of Chelsea's suspended transfer ban. Do you think English football is just favoring the top sides? Because a lot of the other sides in the Premier League, talking about the teams who are not the traditional top six, have been sharing their thoughts on this. Chelsea's constant escapings from bans and its fines, £10 million. Really, is that not chicken change for Chelsea to be able to get that over the line? When Everton had 2 breaches, they were given 6 points deducted in their own season. Of course, what do you think regarding Chelsea? We'll get into all of that, but hey, on the front burner is Gianni Infantino and his plans for a FIFA that, or you can call that failed plans now. Failed plans at this point in time. 0701 933 9962. That's the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. And of course, 0810 951 0951. That's the number to call on the show. I'd also be getting into some transfer stories very, very shortly. But of course, Gianni Infantino's failed plan of getting the FFE initiative over the line, member associations declining to join that boat. Also, of course, the Confederation presidents declining to jump upon that boat. And for UEFA now, they have said there is no confidence in Infantino leading a football forward any much longer. If you want to get your thoughts on that, hey, we'll be happy to hear everything you have to say regarding that. So let's beam our searchlights very quickly into some transfer stories making the rounds in the world of football right now, because I did tell you there's a report coming out from the Athletic that Vinicius Jr. is willing to lower his wage demands to remain at Real Madrid, although the disparity remains, the bonuses on signing the contracts and all that. a lot of people did see reports yesterday titling that Real Madrid had put a take it or leave it over for Vinicius Jr. to get him to sign that new deal. But right now we hear that Vinicius is willing to take a little bit of a cut for his wage demands in order to move or to remain at Real Madrid, although he remains very open. This is another interesting part. Although he remains very open of the possibility of a move to North London, precisely the Emirates Stadium, precisely Arsenal. So Vinicius remains open if nothing can be agreed with Real Madrid. But again, he's not firm on his demands for whatever he wants at Real Madrid. Now, Paris Saint-Germain remain in direct talks with Ferran Torres' camp over a move this summer. Now, we hear that Barcelona don't want to sell Ferran, and the only way if they would sell Ferran is if he asks to leave the club. Remember, Paris Saint-Germain also opened officially talks with Mika Götze of Ajax to get him into the club. So, of course, they're now in talks for Mika Götze and Ferran Torres as a replacement for Kangin Lee, Gonzalo Ramos, and Mbaye also probably leaving the club. And, of course, as Liverpool constantly push for Bradley Barcola, that is another big option for Paris Saint-Germain to explore and get in some money to be able to get that deal over the line. Now, for some more transfer stories, Arsenal have reached an agreement, according to L'Equipe in France. They have reached an agreement in principle to pay Newcastle around £77 million to sign Brazil midfielder Bruno Guimaraes, who is 28 years of age. According to the Mail, Inter Milan are willing to pay around £30 million for England midfielder Curtis Jones, but Liverpool value the 25-year-old at £35 million. Team Talk is reporting that Inter Milan's move for Tottenham's Christian Romero has stalled over his personal terms, and the Argentina defenders' representatives are now exploring a move to Spain, with Real Madrid, Barcelona, and of course Atletico Madrid all interested in the man. AC Milan have also been in direct contact with Arsenal over a potential deal for English winger Ethan Nwaneri, who is 19 years of age. That's according to Corriere dello Sport in Italy. Now, ESPN is also reporting today that Real Madrid have no plans to increase their latest renewal offer to Vinicius Jr. and are open to selling the Brazilian forward if he does not agree a new contract. Hands of Arsenal is also reporting that Vinicius Jr. has agreed to an extent personal terms with Arsenal, and personal terms will not be a problem, as Arsenal have been able to explain to his agency Rock Nation what they will be willing to pay for him in regards to his personal services if he finally considers that exit away from Real Madrid. TalkSport is reporting that Newcastle United are closing in on the £25 million signing of Czech Republic goalkeeper Lukas Honiek from Braga. And of course, we hear that Wolves have rejected a bid from Real Sociedad for Czech Republic centre-back Ladislav Krejci, who is 27 years of age. some more transfer stories to tell you about this. David Onston reporting that Real Madrid star Vinicius is entering into a crucial stage in contract talks over the coming days as he waits for an improved offer from Real Madrid amid serious interest from Premier League champions Arsenal. And according to reports, Liverpool's Cody Gakpo is a priority target for Tottenham this summer as Roberto De Zerbi looks to strengthen his attack ahead of the 2026-2027 season. And it's also been known, according to Fabrizio Romano, like I did mention to you, just more details on that story regarding PSG and Mika Götze. They have open talks now with Ajax as they see the talented Belgian winger as an option and addition to their potential signing of Magnus Akliush. The talented Belgian winger is known to be eyed to be retained by Ajax, but PSG are now made aware of everything that Ajax will be putting on the table for the services of Mika Götze. They are also welcoming Julian Brandt. Talking about Ajax, they have been in the market for a new player and they have announced the signing of Julian Brandt. And of course, sticking with Newcastle now, we hear, according to reports, that they are interested in Victor Froholt as a replacement for Bruno Guimaraes, who should be leaving the club in the nearest future. Ben Jacobs is also reported that Inter Milan have made a third approach for Curtis Jones. It's understood that that fee is around the 25 to 32 million euros mark, but Inter Milan have also communicated a willingness to go up to 35 million pounds. Manchester United are also exploring the potential deal to sign Lewis Hall on a permanent transfer. He is a left back playing for Newcastle United, and there is an understanding that United could potentially be looking at the services of Lewis Hall at the club. Reports in Spain are also indicating that Marc-Andre ter Stegen will be leaving Barcelona for Ajax. It's all but confirmed for that one. Brentford have reached a club record agreement with Ligue 1 outfit Lens to sign Mamadou Sangare for around £41 million. A club record deal for Brentford over the line to sign Mamadou Sangare for £41 million. So, with all of those bits of updates in mind regarding FIFA, regarding transfer news, and of course, like I said, we're also dwelling on discussing about Chelsea and their own bits and everything concerning their affairs with their suspended ban and everything that transpires to them. Let me quickly introduce the gentleman who will be doing the business of talking about all of this right now. First off, Henry Ogugo, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Samto, and good afternoon to our listeners. Great to be here this lovely Saturday, or wet Saturday afternoon.
All right, so everything concerning FIFA and, of course, the FIFA Forward initiative, of course, the FIFA Forward Enterprise, Gianni Infantino's launch to get that over the line, that has now officially been dropped because they released that statement last night talking about how talking about FIFA, and of course, they titled that a statement attributed to Gianni Infantino. You find that weird? Or secondly, also, Infantino, has he lost grip on his campaign to go for a second term or another term as president of FIFA? Henry.
First off, not necessarily by the idea, but quite outlandish. And I remember we talked about this. Was it on Wednesday, right? Was it Wednesday we talked about this? Yeah. Or last weekend. I can't really remember exactly when, but I know this week we've talked about it. But I think it's Wednesday actually. Yeah. Truth be told, I talked about it being good money wise, but it now raises the question of ethics when it comes to you selling, because I mean, if you sell the commercials, that is the TV rights, the branding, the ticketing, and a lot of things, then all of a sudden World Cup tickets become expensive. We also, the United States being the most expensive, the basic average ticket for every game apart from the opening game and closing game was about $100. I mean, you got about a lot of climbs. So in Nigeria, $100, 130,000 naira. How many people can comfortably bring out 130,000 naira to go and watch a football game, or to pay for a match ticket to actually watch a football game? So, I mean, you base that with a lot of other places around the world. You could say economically things are better in some other places, so it could actually not really have much of an effect. But it now raises also another question of, people like to raise the conspiracy theory as regards favoritism from FIFA, and that is another thing that a lot of people will be scared about, meaning that if private investors get involved in this thing, you might see questionable calls or questionable decisions or certain things rigged in favor of, will you say, certain teams going as far as possible in major competitions in order to keep the investors and sponsors happy. Already people like to bring up that conspiracy theory that such goes down as regards FIFA. So it now raises the question mark, okay, you're not selling to private investors. It's like football is now losing its soul if investors come in, because the World Cup is a competition about soul. It's a competition that has a lot of soul in it, and it sort of loses its meaning when investors are now dictating what happens instead of FIFA itself dictating the rule changes and the officiating, who comes in and all that stuff, and just basically the World Cup being the World Cup itself. It's not like some people might say there are not some underhand things that might go on the ground, even if like FIFA isn't as FIFA is still the one in charge. I'm not saying they are. Some people like to believe or want to raise the notion that they are, but it just didn't make sense looking at it in hindsight, I think. And the problem now with this is that Infantino's presidency is at stake, because I mean, CONCACAF, Asia, and Europe have come out to reject the proposal. My own Amaju Pinnick was in support of it, probably meaning Africa probably was happy about it because it was about 20% of the FIFA, what was the name of the company now? FIFA Co, right? Actually being put aside, and 20 billion investment, which they say the consortium being headed by Ivanka Trump's son-in-law, Kushner, one of the Kushner brother, was actually the head of the consortium. So there were reports or rumors that Donald Trump indirectly or directly was linked through one of his in-laws and all that stuff. So I mean, it would have raised a lot of questions and a lot of flags, and it now raises a lot of questions about the credibility of Gianni Infantino, especially after you've not dealt with the storm that came with the World Cup, the Folari Balogun red card being overturned. IFAB did come out to say that Brillo and Bolo should not have been sent off. A lot of people have been raising a lot of questions about officiating during Argentina's games and certain World Cup games. So, I mean, you have not dealt with that storm, then you now brought another, you say tornado. That actually, I mean, that was a storm. This is a tornado. It caused a lot of destruction. Now, he makes it look like or feel like Infantino has lost a lot of credibility. He has lost a lot of support. His biggest block when it came to elections or constituency power had to be in Asia and Africa because he had that support. I don't know if Asia has tilted away from him, especially with this that is happening, and especially with UEFA reportedly trying to push Nasser El Khalifi, who is Qatari, to be a challenger for Infantino. It now raises questions or doubts over the man's ability to hold on to power. Will he resign? I don't know. I can't tell, but I think there's a lot of pressure on the man, especially from UEFA. And this is all politics because Infantino has been a proponent of taking the game away from the grasp of UEFA because it feels like UEFA has so much control. I mean, even the expanded World Cup 48, UEFA were not happy they only got 3 extra slots. They wanted more slots. They weren't happy. They felt they weren't done fairly. But Infantino was like, no, you already have 13 out of 32. Let other people get to taste the World Cup as well. They aren't happy about it. They have not been happy with the way the man has been running FIFA because they feel or they felt they've been sidelined all this while. And now it's an opportunity for them to actually get their way if they do play their cards right. Do I know if he'll resign? No, but sometimes there's a high likelihood that Gianni Infantino will actually resign after this. Or if he doesn't resign, there might be serious contest in the next election and he might lose.
Okay, I'll get back to you on your thoughts, Henry, regarding that. But I've also got Stylist Saint joining me on the show regarding everything that has been transpiring in the thin walls of the FIFA complexes and, of course, the complexities that UEFA have introduced into this whole saga regarding Gianni Infantino and his plan for the FIFA Forward enterprise. I'm Stylist Saint. Good afternoon to you. Hi, Stylist Saint. Can you hear me? I think the constraints of network is not permitting us clear responses from Stylist Saint. Stylist Saint, can you hear me? Okay, we'll get back to him very, very shortly on that one. But of course, this regards Gianni Infantino's failed plan of getting the FIFA Forward Enterprise initiative over the line, which has led to a no vote of confidence from both UEFA and a lot of other confederations in FIFA. Hi, Stanley Saints, can you hear me now? Stanley Saints, are you there? Okay, there seems to be a very, very thick problem with the network. But Henry, back to you. Gianni Infantino, you said there's a possibility he resigns, although he's been making headway in his plans to remain in office as president of FIFA. Now, who could pose a possible challenge? And I'm not looking at names now, I'm looking at confederations. Who could pose a possible challenge to Infantino's failed attempts in saving his skin?
I don't think the only people that could pose the challenge is UEFA, but the thing is that UEFA doesn't have the support of other blocks by the look of things. CONCACAF is definitely going to be on Infantino's side because of his relationship with the United States. And I mean, he just gave the World Cup to them, USA, Canada, and Mexico. I think those 3 federations, which are the most powerful in CONCACAF, will definitely have a say on how far or if Infantino gets to come in for another term. And he has their support. CONMEBOL South America is on good terms with them. I mean, he increased their slots from 5 to about how many South American teams were there at this last World Cup? Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Uruguay, Ecuador. They had about 7 or is it 8 representatives at the last World Cup. So, I mean, there are 10 countries that participate in the qualifiers. So, that tells you a lot. Africa, I mean, from 5 to 9 with an option or a potential of being 10. Asia increased their slots. Look, he has other blocks on his side. And the problem is that there's no one coming out to contend with him. Even Nasser El Khalifi that UEFA are pushing or trying to use, El Khalifi has said, according to reports, that he's not interested in running for the FIFA presidency. And his block is Asia, and he doesn't have the support of his full block, even if he wants to go. So, I mean, there's no need. Africa is behind the man. It's clear and it's very obvious Africa is behind Gianni Infantino at this point in time, because they and Conembol did not come out to rule out the distance themselves from the proposed private investment and all that stuff. Then you also have to look at the fact that there are talks or the possibility of 64 teams going to the next World Cup. The CONMEBOL president is actually pushing for it. Africa is pushing for it at the next World Cup. So these two blocks, he has the support of them. And you're talking about 10 plus about 54. That is about 60, over 60 member nations already. He has UEFA, he has AFC already. He will get a huge chunk of CONCACAF. So I don't think there's anybody that can actually pose much of a threat to him. UEFA is not happy, but UEFA at the end of the day are just, the voting block is just about, is it 55 nations or thereabouts? So that is not enough. That is not enough. And they are the only ones who are like gung-ho and all out spoken against Gianni Infantino and his reign as FIFA president. So they are the only confederation I think that can pose a threat. But the fact that other blocks look to still be behind the man, irrespective of the fact that CONCACAF and Asia have come out to distance themselves from the private investment stuff, means that I still see the man getting re-elected.
In all of this, talking about Infantino's plan from the onset, even till today, was there any failed attempt to get back on track? Because UEFA has officially said there is zero trust in whatever, or zero confidence in Infantino leading FIFA forward. How best can he save his skin or save his relationship with a lot of these confederations right now?
Like I said, I don't think his relationship with other confederations, because the others just distance themselves. Is the UEFA coming out to say there's zero confidence? I mean, even during the World Cup, there were talks. Seferin did not even go for the final of the World Cup because he said.
But CONCACAF slammed it.
They slammed it, but they didn't distance.
AFC also.
AFC, they distanced themselves. They said it's not a right, but they didn't. We used to say withdraw their trust or backing of Gianni Infantino. They didn't. UEFA are the ones that have openly been against Infantino right from time and are withdrawing their backing from him. I mean, even in the first elections, UEFA didn't even want him.
But would UEFA not be able to convince a lot of other confederations?
Nah, he's put more money in the other federation pockets.
But it's the politics of football.
No, he's put more money in their pockets and he's offered them more World Cup slots. Those in UEFA that are against Infantino, or the person they are looking to, or whoever they will be looking to put forward, will be trying to put football or the powers of football back in the hands of UEFA. And in a sort of way, some will say that marginalization that we saw exist in the World Cup all those years and over time before things like this happened and started happening and all that stuff will start coming back again. Asia loves the fact that they don't have only 4 slots again. I mean, they have an extra like 3 slots or thereabout. Africa, we got an extra 4 slots, and each have an option of an extra 1 slot depending on how your qualification is. See, and the fact that the federations are getting more money from FIFA. I mean, even this FIFA coup that he planned on doing, most of the money was actually going to go to federations around the world. I feel the fact that it came with a lot of backlash, it's just like the Super League idea. A lot of teams bought into it. But when it came with a lot of backlash, they withdrew their steps and started withdrawing from it. And that's the same thing with this. I think this is one of those storms that comes. Everybody has their own controversies when they're in power. It's bound to happen. It's going to happen. CONCACAF, even if CONCACAF wants to, the fact that the man has a good relationship with Donald Trump, the president, and he has a good relationship with the Mexican Federation, he has a good relationship with the Canadian Federation, will play a big role on how CONCACAF votes. And yes, they withdrew. I mean, a lot of the people actually pushing for the investment to big American companies, and they have a say in what happens in that region. So let's tell ourselves the truth. So as much as CONCACAF distanced themselves from the FIFA coup, they did not distance themselves or withdraw their support for Infantino. Same with Asia. So I still think, based on Africa is behind the man. Africa is behind the man. I don't think there's any issue with Africa's support for the man. So I don't think the fact that UEFA has lost trust in Infantino will have much of an effect. The only way it can have an effect is if UEFA is able to sway a continent like Asia in their direction. And the problem, or one thing people don't understand about the Asia or the dynamics of the football politics in Asia, is quite divided. And this man has been able to get all of them to actually support him under one umbrella. So that tells you a lot. Asia is quite divided in their politics or in their football politics. So that's another issue if you want to do it in UEFA. Okay, you get El Khalifa, you get the Middle Eastern bloc. What about Southeast Asia, that bloc? What happens about it, or what happens to it? So these are a lot of factors you have to look at. I don't think UEFA will shout. They are the most buoyant of all the confederations. So their shouts or their screams will have some ripple effects. It will have the ears of people. By the end of the day, I don't think it will be enough to actually oust Infantino from office unless he decides to resign, or maybe corruption allegations come up from somewhere we don't know.
Speaking of his relationship with Donald Trump, I read a report from Cavesel, which is stated that Trump famously does not like losers. And the fact that Infantino has failed with convincing the member associations in regards to this whole proposal, the fact that these member associations...
You're in media. You understand the power of media. That's just trying to create another narrative. That's basically trying to create another narrative. Now, reports when him and Trump are on good terms was that, Trump is looking at him as a candidate to be the next UN Secretary General, right?
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, he's a failure. Come on. Just because of... they knew this was a big risk. They knew this was a big risk. They brought it out probably to test the waters, and it got the backlash they were not looking for. So you see, it's media. It's like how media is painting several regimes, or how the Western media tries to paint several regimes on the African continent and make them look bad, and it's not the actual truth at the end of the day. So Sky is a British media outlet, and the federations or the football federations in the United Kingdom are not in support of it. They are part of UEFA. Even the UK Prime Minister is calling for Infantino's resignation. So naturally they will tilt towards anything anti-Infantino at this point in time. But it doesn't mean that because this thing failed, that all of a sudden the support that he had from all these other places could be withdrawn. It could happen. Certain factors could actually, pressure could actually make certain happen. But so far so good. It's just UEFA that's giving the man a no vote of confidence. When another federation or confederation, beg your pardon, does that, then we have an issue. That's it.
For all of this, there was negativity through everything. Now let's beam our light on if there was any ounce of positivity towards all of this. In your opinion, first of all, was there any positive take that could have been gotten from the FFE proposal? Because first things first, there was around $40 million to be given to member associations if they were able to accept this. This was a big increase from these associations who were getting around, $8 million yearly.
I mean, imagine $40 million coming into the NFF. What it is, although our own, we probably raise the question, say, the what if you go voicemail? Accountability, that issue is raised. But imagine 40 million. I say that was the positive I took out of it. So to the financial aspect, because I mean,
so there's no other positivity.
I think that was the major financial. That was the major positive, or the major thing you could actually take on it, or the positivity you could actually take on it from it is the fact that more money will enter the hands of federations, and you're guaranteed 40 million every year, right?
Yeah.
$40 million every year. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for any federation. And federations cannot even come out and say they don't have money to prosecute certain things, or don't have money for this and that. Because $40 million, something is about over 400 billion naira. Yeah. So there's money to prosecute things. Let's look the NFF, we are in Nigeria as an example. then that's minus the other littles that are coming from FIFA. The major aspect or the major benefit of that was the financial aspect, like I said, but the problem was that we could reach a situation whereby football, the World Cup, and any FIFA major competition gets to lose its soul. That was the problem. So I think that, and the ethics that is raised with that, or that comes as a result of that, because like I said, something you don't get her, I don't go put my money inside something. Messi and Ronaldo are still the biggest faces in world football. I mean, everybody forgot everything about the World Cup. I was just focusing on Messi, Ronaldo. They will go as far as possible. Let me milk as much money as I can milk as an investor. That's the problem. The ethics. The fact that results could be swayed, or there will be attempts to sway results in order to make the investors
Do you think that
and people's
could
pockets
happen?
happy. There's a possibility it could happen. There is a possibility it could happen. There is a possibility it could happen, but there's also a possibility it might not happen. You look at American sports as an example. It still feels fair and looks fair. So even as we say the private investors are not involved, a lot of people still raise flags. Oh, this one a fixed match. Let me use the beer parlor or bet shop talks. This one a fixed match, or this one at this. They don't fix and say Liverpool go win league. They don't fix and say last season league title, Arsenal go win now. They don't fix and say PSG go win back-to-back Champions League. That sort of beer parlor talk. Let's put it that way. So, but I don't believe in all that, frankly speaking. But there's a possibility investors getting involved could actually cause that. But there's also a possibility it could just be about looking at how much FIFA generated. They made over 15 billion from this last World Cup, right? Dollars. And that was due to the commercials, the ticketing, the TV rights, and everything. And it looks quite profitable. So there's the possibility, or the thinking is that, okay, if we can get private investors to help improve on these things better, we could have a situation whereby that 15 billion every World Cup could be a normal thing. Then when you have a country like the United States, you're talking about literally doubling that, because the United States more than doubled what Qatar did in 2022. Qatar was about 6 billion. United States more than doubled that when it came to revenue for FIFA. So that was probably the thinking. But like I said, there's still the ethical aspect about these things, or the ethics as regards this.
Now, looking at Kevin Lamore for pointers, and let's start with Infantino's trust within FIFA, his trusted circle. There has been resignations. I think on Friday, a senior officer in FIFA did hand in a resignation. Now, Kevin Lamore is saying that the FIFA staff were deceived by Gianni Infantino's plans for the FIFA Forward Enterprise. Now, of course, we know that there was a proposal for that company, the FIFA Forward Enterprise, to be a $20 billion organization that will control the organization and revenue of the FIFA World Cup, chaired by Infantino to the 211 FIFA members, which was communicated to them this week. When they say deceived by whatever proposal Infantino is throwing at them, what is your take on that?
I also understand what they mean by even being deceived in the first place. Is it that there was not enough clarity from Infantino's own end?
Or is he just being shady about it?
I think everybody will try to save their neck, because, see, this has come with a lot of backlash. Something has come with a lot of backlash. I have to tell you, like, I think this has been one of the biggest controversies, or this has been the biggest controversy in world football this year.
But if people who are in the system say this looks all kinds of shady, Infantino didn't cover
that they didn't
instruction.
have a clear picture, a clear understanding of what the man wanted? Because definitely this would have been discussed. Consultations should have been done, or would have been done. FIFA staff, especially those that are decision makers, would have been involved in this planning and would have had an idea of what was going on. Top committee members, executive members would have had an idea of what's going on. So are they telling me that they didn't know that there was a plan, or part of the plan was to sell 20% off to private investors? So why are they saying, see, it's just people trying to save their neck. I'll say this. You can't convince me that there wasn't full disclosure, or some extent of full disclosure. It can happen. But even if there wasn't, like, You read the room. Or is it that he didn't tell you that private investors would be involved? Because right from the onset, when the news came out to the public, that was the news. Unless you had no idea. Although these things, boardroom politics, it can happen like that. But are you telling me that they didn't have a clearer picture? It's just something that is there that they are not telling us. That's another question that is raised. Is there something that is there or that is involved that we don't know about or they are not telling us? And also, there were talks of the fact, like I did mention the links to Donald Trump and one of his in-laws, Ivanka's brother-in-law, was that there was already a pre-agreement sort of that consortium will be the one to hold up the 20% stake. Maybe true, maybe false. It's all hearsay as of now, but there could be some truth to what you're saying. I'm not disputing or doubting that soon too, but I just feel you can't come and convince me you weren't in the system and you had no idea until evidence actually comes out that you had no idea, and there were a lot of things that were done in the shadows by Infantino and some people at the top or some executives at the top. Then I would believe that you didn't have full clarity. Till then, you had, it's like I'll give you an example. Some people who are a bit savvy or know about a lot of things that happen in the business. Rupert Murdoch, sorry, I said Bernie Madoff. Beg your pardon, Bernie Madoff. This man was worth over 80 billion and owned supposedly a hedge fund on Wall Street, but he ran the biggest Ponzi scheme for over 40 years, and his sons worked for him. They had no idea, and when they found out, they reported him to the SEC, but they still got prison time, because there is no way you can convince somebody that you are in that system and you had no idea that such was going on or such was about to happen. So I cannot be, or I am not convinced, whether you resign to try and save face or to try and see if you can wash your hands off like Pontius Pilate tried during the crucifixion and the trials of Jesus Christ. I don't care. You are involved, you are involved. If there is anything, you can't come and tell me that you do not know anything about it. Why are you looking at me?
For all of this, we are well aware about the politics of football as it relates to everything concerning FIFA. Because when we reflect back on history and we talk about how Joao Havelange transferring over to Sepp Blatter, and then even in all of that, there was little niggles and question marks in FIFA at the time about what Joao Havelange was doing. And then move over to the Sepp Blatter regime, and he's been very vocal in this period, which is extremely surprising. The entire corruption claims and everything that all happened that had the total takedown of FIFA. In fact, which is what produced Infantino as president when he was SecGen in UEFA. They had to dig down deep to go to UEFA to produce the next president of FIFA, not even in FIFA. Jerome Valcke, who was the general secretary of FIFA at the time, also asked. UEFA President Platini was also engulfed in one or two flames. Now, this all stemmed from when there was a little bit of beam light on everything that was going on in FIFA, not just in the aspects of the countries that were hosting the World Cup or that were given the right to host the World Cup at the time, but also when it also reflected on something fishy going down, jealousy and envy among some of these member nations in FIFA. Do you see something similar happening now? Because there's a lot of attention on Infantino and a lot of people are perceiving that this man is now going to extreme lengths for money. Just like in that time, the CONCACAF president and also the CONCACAF SecGen were at loggerheads, which had to, Chuck Blazer, exactly, and Jack Warner, having loggerheads as opposed to, oh, no, you don't have to. And then the exposures started coming along the line. Exposures of everything that was going down inside FIFA. Exposures of inner cartels and everything that is going on. Do you see something similar happening now? Because there's a lot of thought that Infantino is now a lot of all shades of money-minded. And it's taking away what the professionalism of the FIFA president should be doing, which is closing the doors to outside. Of course, football is the big money investment for a lot of these people. Close the doors to those people who are outside who want to come and control what you do with football, because it's a very, very powerful nuclear weapon which you have, a very, very powerful tool which could produce billions, trillions. But Infantino has not done that. He has not closed his doors. Rather, he has opened them widely to a lot of these people, which they now also in turn feel that probably there is a stain to his white as it stands. Does this now expose a lot of the inner intricacies and links that Infantino probably has made? Or in the next few months, do you think a lot of things will be uncovered that we don't need to see?
It will trigger investigations, but let's raise one thing. We all remember the whole Platini, Blatter, Jacquana, Jerovalke, their whole issue. Now, part of the reason what caused that, a FIFA AGM in Miami and the FBI struck because the US was disgruntled. Russia got their World Cup, Qatar got their World Cup. We didn't get our World Cup. We didn't get our World Cup. So it was the FBI. So will we probably see something from the British or from the French or from the Spanish authorities or from the United States act? Because that was triggered by that FBI raid of the FIFA this in AGM and office in Miami. That was what triggered it. So will we see something like that, especially if he still has the backing of the United States? I don't think so. I don't believe so. But will it raise questions about his credibility? Definitely, it has raised questions about his credibility. And sometimes, if he's chasing money for the organization,
exactly, is
if
that
he's
what
chasing
it
money
is?
for the organization, then there's nothing wrong or criminal about it or illegal about it, as long as he's not taking bribes.
But would that not be the cover?
No,
that I'm doing this for you guys.
That's what I'm coming. As long as he's not taking bribes, as long as he's not taking what do they call it now? He's not taking parts through proxies or shares through proxies, or he's not taking. Oh, there's a specific word for it, like kickbacks. Or he's not taking kickbacks. Then there's nothing illegal or you can use to indict the man. It's just basically about generating more money for the federation or for FIFA that the confederations and the federations will get to benefit from. Then you can only question about his decision making and knowing about it, not about the fact that his ethics or his credibility as a human being or his integrity as a human being is at stake. That is where the problem is. But those guys, I mean, corruption charges, they took bribes. They had issues modeled up on top of their heads and piled on top of their heads. So there's no bribery allegation against him unless they can prove he has been taking kickbacks, or there were potential, or there was the possibility of him enjoying kickbacks from certain things that he has done, or if the FIFCO, FFE had actually worked, then you cannot raise questions about his integrity, and that's actually a corruption allegation or a corruption issue, and that's where something like that can actually come up. But till otherwise proven, then you don't have any proof.
Should these member associations have taken this in good stead? Now, as a result of them not taking it in good stead, do you think there's an attribute of what we just talked about in them? Jealousy, the fact that proper consultations was missed, and also, apart from proper consultations being missed, the fact that they just feel like there's something in it more for him as opposed to whatever you're preaching, because $40 million is a lot of money for you to be able to.
I think proper consultation was done. It's just a matter of this is not that as it could be a UEFA, like the media, football media, who controls the football media. Global media is controlled by the West. The United States has a major role in how you see things. But when it comes to football, the media is all about UEFA. It's all about how many people around the world actually get to go to www.supersports.com to get the latest sports news or know what they're actually talking about. But everybody checks the BBC, everybody checks Sky Sports, everybody will go on and want to know what the Athletics or the Athletics is actually American, or the New York Times, the journals of the Athletics, or ESPN are actually talking about. You want to know what they're actually talking about. So they control the narrative, and they actually came up in arms against this from the onset, and it has already created a perceived notion as regards how the average football fan sees it. So what are other federations going to do? I'm sure. I probably think there was proper consultation, but the backlash they got is not what they expected. Like I said, it's about the Super League. The backlash the big clubs got wasn't what they expected, and it now forced them to back out and try and placate. Apart from UEFA that has been up in arms against it from the onset, the other federations like CONCACAF and AFC, I'm not sure they expected this sort of backlash. Reason why they came and distanced themselves from it. But like I said, only UEFA has come out to withdraw or distance its backing, or to give a no vote of confidence, beg your pardon, to Gianni Infantino. CONCACAF and AFC have not withdrawn or given a no vote of confidence to Infantino. Asia and CONMEBOL have been quiet. Oceania has been quiet. So, although Oceania, I think, even really important, but CONMEBOL and Africa have been quiet. So, I think in a way, the man is safe, and he did the necessary consultation. Just be saying, this thing, the Gary, water don't pass Gary.
If the consultations
so that was just basically it.
he did worked out, do Asia release that kind of statement they released? Do CONCACAF release that kind of statement?
See, like I said, the saving face. It's about saving face now.
Because a lot of these people, even CONMEBOL you talk about, like and Africa said they would review on that.
People that are resigning, like I said, you can't convince me when you're not in FIFA and you don't have, or you didn't have an idea, or you didn't know what was going on, and you can't convince me that he just came out of the blue and announced
exactly
this.
Henry, because would they resign if it was this way?
No, you see, you can't convince me also that the FFE, right, that's this just came out of the blue. This is probably something that's been in the works for the past year or thereabouts. Maybe the talk started creeping up from the last Club World Cup, and seeing what it could actually be. I mean, let's not forget, this is a power tussle. UEFA feels Infantino is trying to take football away from their grasp or grip. And it's something UEFA doesn't like, because it feels like, or it's not, it feels like they have been in control of football for a long time. I mean, they shouted at the Club World Cup, or were fuming at the Club World Cup, while the rest of the world was okay with it, because they felt, number one, eventually, let's tell ourselves the truth, if the Club World Cup continues at this rate, eventually it will become the most prestigious club competition in the world, because it's almost like the World Cup. Everybody from every part of the world, or the best clubs from every part of the world, comes up and plays. So imagine a situation now, the Club World Cup as it is, Flamengo goes and wins it, Mamelodi Sundowns goes and wins it, Alakli goes and wins it. It now resonates more around South America and around Africa and all this other, and the verve or the feel the Champions League had in all these other parts of the world still remains, but it just feels like my clubs can't go and win that. Something I resonate with, something I associate with, can't go and win the Champions League, but the Club World Cup, something I associate with or actually relate with, can actually go and win it. So it sort of has much of a ball, more of a buzz, especially for the fact that it's now every 4 years. And the clubs are happy about it because it puts more money in their pocket. So it creates a problem for UEFA that, let's tell ourselves the truth, the Euros is not as big as the Champions League. It's nothing compared to the Champions League when it comes to publicity. UEFA's cash cow is the Champions League. So if the Champions League now becomes the second club competition in the world, it becomes a problem for UEFA. They've lost their grip or control, or the grip or control the UEFA Champions League gives them. So reason why they scream, murder. Simple. They don't like Infantino. His trajectory isn't pro UEFA. UEFA doesn't agree with it, so it's a problem with UEFA. But other confederations don't have an issue with it. Where the issue is now coming is with this. I mean, even before it actually became public, UEFA came out to lambast it. Immediately came public, the UK Prime Minister, Seferin, everybody UEFA came out to talk about it. It took CONCACAF the onset. Immediately came out, would have released the statement. It took Asia. I mean, Asia was yesterday they released a statement, and it took them almost 1 week. There were consultations. It got the backlash they were not expecting. They went in, had meetings, and were like, come on, let's distance ourselves from this before it's damage control now. That's it. CONCACAF and Asia is about damage control. Africa, whether they talk, they don't talk. We literally don't say how our football is run as the everyday person. So that could probably be the problem. South America, I mean, their football is okay, but they could actually do with the money. The federations are complaining about some money issues, so they could actually, apart from Brazil, that is a steady cash cow as regards money. So they could probably do with the extra money also to help in football development. So, reason why they haven't made a statement probably. So that's what I say. It's all about politics. UEFA are the ones leading this charge against Infantino, but we wait to see if they can get an ally on their side. And if there's any ally or anybody they could tilt, is Asia. And reason why they are pushing El Khalifi, because they want to see if they can get the Asian. Because if even if UEFA and CONCACAF vote against Infantino, but Infantino has the AFC and CAF block, and he also has the CONCACAF block, by the looks of things, UEFA's push makes no or has no meaning at the end of the day. So they need that Asian block, or at least they need to divide the Asian block. But Africa as a whole block is still backing Infantino, which is still a trump card for the man at the end of the day.
But in this whole context now, UEFA's the constant attack of Infantino.
That's why I say they control the football media. They control football media. So that attack will always be in your face.
Does it even
always
help?
be in your face.
Does it disrupt anything at all?
In what sense? Is it the operation?
Exactly. Does it make any other loyalists unfold at Infantino?
I think any core loyalist to not shake. Any core loyalist to not shake. And probably, like I said, that's why we've not seen Africa.
So all of those resignations are not core loyalists to Infantino. Those coming out in FIFA to...
How many serious resignations have we had? We had the what's his name now? The one that resigned during the week. I'm trying to remember his name. His name is not coming to mind now. We have the likes of his first and second and third and fourth vice presidents have not left. All his vice presidents have not resigned. Head of FIFA committees have not resigned. I think Barry, there was somebody that resigned. Nobody of major consequence has resigned. So his loyalists or his key loyalists are still in place, are still there. So I don't think there's any issue as regards his loyalists. His key loyalists are still there. Where there's an issue, Pinnick resigns, Motsepe resigns, you start calling their names, they start resigning. That's where there's an issue. But his key or core loyalists, that his inner caucus, the people that are making the decisions, the people in charge of the decisions, the people in charge of the committees and heading the committees in FIFA are still in place. His vice presidents are still there. The general secretary is still there. So his loyalists are still in place. That's it.
What's the future for FIFA? What's the future for football after this?
We'll forget about this. We will forget about this. It will creep up once in a while, especially like I said, UEFA controls the football media. Like they are the ones we always see in our face every now and then. It will creep up.
Because I even saw the Sky report.
If there's any other controversy, remember when he did the FFE stuff and all that stuff, it will come up. But I think with time this will die off. It's one of those things that will be swept under the carpet at the end of the day.
Sky titled it as an embarrassing U-turn. Embarrassing U-turn.
They don't want to demand. What else are you expecting? What the? Go ahead.
The Prime Minister of UK saying it was unacceptable. But then, like I've said, the positives of all of this, we discussed that. What are the negatives that was perceived?
Ethics. That was basically it. It's all about ethics. Like, you now bring or raise questions about the fairness of the game, especially because investors will want the big names to be in the competitions. I mean, it's not good for headlines. Like if last World Cup now, Messi and Ronaldo are knocked out in the group stages. It's not good, or they feel it's not good. But sometimes it's some of the things people love in football. Like you see the underdog story, but you now raise the question. You might like the underdog story. So how many people like the underdog story? So it now feels like a lot of attention will be dragged away from the World Cup if that is to happen. So it now raises the question of ethics, wanting the stars to stay as long as possible or go as far as possible in the competition because the investors need to rake in their money. That's why I say ethics comes in. Because in a way you could look at it and say it's difficult to think how you can separate the two. But monetary, financially, I mean, was a fine and smart and fantastic move, but It's all about the game. Football is just beyond the money, and it's a sport with a lot of soul. And that feels like you doing that makes football lose a bit of its soul. That's where the issue is, because you now start questioning the credibility of every decision, the credibility of every whistle blown, the credibility of every hosting rights given, the credibility of every selection process or every qualification process. Everything starts being questioned. That is one of the problems that you would have battled with this sort of decision if it had gone through.
But with transparency, doesn't everything get sorted?
Can you guarantee full transparency? No organization is fully transparent. Even as FIFA is today, they're not fully transparent. CAF is not fully transparent. NFF, the presidency, no government is fully transparent. No organization, no private entity or corporation is fully transparent. You can't guarantee full transparency in anything. So there will be question marks still. There will still be question marks. I mean, we even look at the Balogun issue, Folari Balogun issue. There were question marks. Credibility was questioned. But what happened? It was swept under the carpet. Like nothing happened. So credibility will be questioned, transparency will be questioned, and like I said, there is no full transparency in anything. You can't convince me there's full transparency in anything in this life, unless somebody is between two individuals that I can't tell you say that the truth, you can't check that the truth, and anything will happen with that. That's just but when it comes to organizations, multiple people making decisions in an entity, there's nothing like full transparency, and everybody wants to save their face. So I don't believe there will be full transparency in anything. I think there's full transparency in FIFA.
Anyways, like I did tell you, there are preseason games going on. For those who missed it or who are not aware, Chelsea, they lost to Tottenham Hotspur by 2-1 earlier in the morning. That game kicked off at around 10:45. Yeah, Chelsea's preseason game in Sydney, Australia. They lost to Tottenham by 2-1. Tottenham also had a red card, by the way, in that one. And Manchester City, they played out a 1-0 against Inter Milan, although Inter Milan were victorious on penalties by 3-1. And it's halftime right now. Manchester United are losing to Atletico Madrid by 1-0. Just to let you know the players that are getting in their engines for Manchester United during this game. Tom Heaton starting in goal for this one. Lenny Yoro is also there. Harry Maguire, Aiden Heaven, and Luke Shaw. Andre Santos makes his debut, not competitive though, still in pre-season, but he is in the mix for Manchester United. Mason Mount is also there. Amad Diallo, Shea Lacey, Patrick Dogu, and Brian Mbeumo. These are the players who are currently doing the business for Manchester United. So they do have a complement of what you can say is a full team against Atletico Madrid, who have the likes of Ademola Lookman and Koke, and of course, Jean Oblak, Robin Lenormand. These are some of the players that Atletico Madrid have presented on the field to Manchester United to accomplish their set task of getting minutes under their belts in pre-season. Well, you've listened to everything Henry has said regarding the FFE initiative, and you can also get in your thoughts. Do you want to see Gianni Infantino continue as FIFA president, or because of all of this that has happened, he should step aside from the reins? Even if he can't step aside, would you be loving the fact if there is another competitor to take him to extreme lengths when the need arises for the FIFA elections coming up in March? Anybody who wants to compete against Gianni Infantino for that seat of the presidency will need to declare intent from around November. Yeah, the 18th of November. So apart from that, if you've not been able to declare your intents as at November, Gianni Infantino could be smiling again with another round in office as FIFA president. Do you want to see him away from office as FIFA president? Is he ruining football? 0810-951-0951. Remember, that's the number you can call. 0810-951-0951. And of course, the SMS and WhatsApp portal remains open for all of these conversations. 0701-933-9962. That's the SMS, and of course the WhatsApp portal. We'll get more of your thoughts talking about Henry on, especially Amaju Pinnick, the man who did talk about this entire initiative from Gianni Infantino, wanting to see it thrive. But let's get to the phone lines. Hi, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. afternoon. This is Obuna calling from my tray.
Welcome, my brother.
I think if you ask me, with all the, call it, the claims of corruption or things around Infantino, one would want to say he should step aside. But there was something you said which stands out for me in the course of your analysis with colleagues. He said UEFA doesn't like him because he had wanted more slots and the expanded World Cup slot. So it's neither here nor there. Those people actually have an interest. So for them projecting a Qatari, it means that one has promised them you get one slot. So it's neither here nor there. But whoever wants to contest with him should come out. If he wins, fine. If he doesn't, but I think for Amaju hailing the proposal, which I think he said is stepped down now, is because he wants to get more money now. He's looking for a way where more money can come. Because the one he has taken before for the project he took to his place, where you pass through a boat that has not yet been done, that one is not. So they are looking for a way, more money for the federation, so more money for them to pilfer. It's really not making sense. If this money will judiciously be used for the development of the game across all levels in terms of card and up to grassroots, I don't have an issue. And you have to respect that clearly. These people are not coming in to come and control what is to be done in the league, in the games. If these contracts are clearly spelled out, fine. But if it's not, I think they should leave the game the way it is, so people don't come back crying everything. Because one thing that happens is if these guys have their way, if this consortium comes and partners, you see that these guys are fixing matches at will. Because whoever comes into business has to make profit. Thank you and have a nice day.
Bless you, brother, for your thoughts on the show this afternoon. The phone lines remain open, but we'll go pay some bills. And when we come back, we'll discuss more on what is transpiring in the inner reigns of football regarding, of course, this FIFA for the initiative and everything, Gianni Infantino. Of course, we'll discuss Chelsea. Don't go anywhere. Still Today Sports Live.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
We, his friends, send our warmest felicitations to Professor Friday Ewumelu Aaron and his beloved family on their family Thanksgiving on Sunday, 2nd August 2026 at the Living Faith Church, Winners Chapel, number 4 Kaduna Street, D-Line, Port Harcourt. Aaronus, you and your family are a blessing personalized, but we wish to join you specifically to thank God for your well-deserved appointment as Professor of Orthopedic Surgery at the River State University Medical School and the successful completion of your tenure as the Pioneer Chief Medical Director of the River State University Teaching Hospital. Many saw you as a professor even before you were formally appointed, but your enormous achievements as CMD of RSUTH, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, are largely unsung, but nevertheless deeply appreciated among the learned. We believe that these are stepping stones to higher responsibilities, for you have proved yourself worthy time after time. Congratulations, our dearly beloved friend. From Professor Seifa Brisibe, Professor of Family Medicine and Honorable Commissioner for Health, Bayelsa State, Professor Vad Origi, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Professor Best Odinyoha, Professor of Preventive and Social Medicine, Professor Daprin Ogaji, Center Director, World Bank Africa Center of Excellence for Public Health and Toxicological Research, Uniport, Prince Dr. Felix Waboso, CEO, Cedar Construction Company, Dr. Dakuru Atupa, CEO, Fidelio Group, and Alhaji Ibrahim Tuse Dasuki, Texton Construction Company Limited.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice.
One dream, one moment, one team, one you, lights high, 1,000 roadblocks, one shot, one truth, no fears, one flag. Oh yeah, we've been waiting for this. Oh yeah, we all at? We right.
Welcome back to still Today Sports Live on the Premium News Talk and Sports Radio Station. We are the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM. Sometimes Isaac here. Henry Ogugo is also still here as we discuss everything in the world of football. The current talking points on the bonus still available for you to shed your thoughts into all of this. Gianni Infantino, would you love to see him get re-elected as FIFA president, or would you love to see a different direction in FIFA as the FIFA elections come up early next year? And of course, in everything movements right now regarding the politics of football, would you want to see another person take the reins of FIFA as opposed to Gianni Infantino and everything he has been doing right now? Case in point, the FIFA Forward Enterprise proposal posted by him to all 211 member associations of FIFA. 0810-951-0951. Still the number to call, 0810-951-0951. And of course, the SMS and WhatsApp portal is still very available. 0701-933-9962. That's the SMS and WhatsApp line for you to be able to adequately communicate your thoughts in on the show this afternoon. Henry, let's talk about Chelsea now, because there's been news that has filtered in regarding the Blues concerning their sanctions, because they have been fined £10 million, and of course they've also been handed a suspended 2-window transfer ban after admitting breaches of agent rules. Now, an earlier independent commission had imposed a suspended 6 points deduction, which was also set aside, and of course the suspended transfer ban was imposed in its place. What's up with all of the suspended? It's not the first time Chelsea have breached. It's not the first time they've breached rules regarding transfers, rules regarding maybe agencies and fees, FFP, and every other thing regarding that. It's not the first time we've seen sanctions like this.
This had to do. This case, it was stretched back to the Abramovich era.
Yeah,
right?
stretched back to the Abramovich era.
In this case, if I remember clearly, when it actually broke out, was the Todd Boehly regime that actually reported the issue.
Yeah.
So I think it's more like, okay, the fact is more like they got a deal. Basically, they looked at it and were like, if they try to investigate and we try to bury this or sweep this under the carpet, it will be very bad.
So that's where it's from.
Transfer ban. So it's more like you knowing that, I'm part of a criminal enterprise, I need to save my head. Then you gotta make a deal with the authorities in order to bring down the criminal enterprise. Although it's not a criminal enterprise and all that stuff. So you make a deal. So this is basically Chelsea making a deal. Let's pay the fine so we can still sign players. So things like this happen. It's normal. Although, like you might say, people might want to question the credibility, but this was something that happened during the Abramovich era, not now.
Now, just to tell you about that, let me give a resounding explanation to this. Now, this is from Adam Joseph, by the way, journalist in the UK. He said between 2011 and 2018, third-party entities made 12 payments, totaling approximately £47.5 million. These were made with the knowledge and approval of Chelsea using funds linked to Roman Abramovich. Now, for Eden Hazard, Kennedy, Ramirez, David Luiz, Andreshola, Nemanja Matic, the club paid £23.1 million, paying to 7 unregistered agents and associates using Abramovich's funds and never reported in their filings. Now, with Samuel Eto'o and Willian, both signed from Anzi Machachkala, a company made payments totaling €24 million to 2 British Virgin Islands registered companies. The recipients were associated with Anzi. Now, the total trophies gotten in that period for Chelsea was around 14. in 2011 to 2018, where a lot of these third-party payments were made. Now they got 3 Premier League titles, 3 FA Cups, 1 League Cup, 2 Champions League titles, 2 Europa League titles, 1 Super Cup, 1 Club World Cup. Now, in the time of these breaches, when they occurred, Chelsea's yearly annual revenue was between £261 million to £445 million, winning between £700 million to £800 million in prize money. And he says £10 million is a pathetic punishment. It is a rounding error. Clubs may as well cheat if this is the slap on the wrist. Someone else talking about a journalist associated with Everton. He said Everton, 2 breaches, 8 points deducted, not suspended deduction. 8 points deducted, sporting advantage, £13 million loss in prize money, and they were also sued around £38 million. Nottingham Forest, 1 breach, 4 points deducted, and yet no sporting advantage. Now, Chelsea, he says around 74 breaches, no points deducted, 10 million EPL fine, 10 million FA fine. It was also known, Henry, that if you want to say, third-party entities, it was, of course, an offshore company controlled by Roman Abramovich. They did pay 6 million to Eden Hazard's agent, according to Kieran Maguire. This is another journalist in the UK. And according to both the Premier League and the FA, there was no sporting advantage to a career at Chelsea for Hazard. They say he did not benefit financially from these payments. But during that time, Chelsea won 2 Premier League titles, 1 FA Cup, 1 League Cup, 2 Europa Leagues in Eden Hazard's time. Now, the purchase price, of course, of Eden Hazard was £32 million. The sale price was £130 million. He had 110 goals and 92 assists in 352 appearances for Chelsea in that time. Teams like Nottingham Forest and Everton get slapped with points deduction immediately, but Chelsea being punished with £10 million suspended points deduction. Is it fair enough? And do teams actually can they now be able to say, we can cheat and get our way across all of these things?
Well, you can say, like I said, they were the ones that reported the claim. So in a way, that sort of puts them in a position where they can try to, or feel like they can negotiate a deal. And that was just basically what they did. See, Everton and Nottingham Forest didn't report. They were actually found out. That was the issue. So once investigators find you out, then that's where the problem is. But Chelsea came clean themselves. They saw the matter. Todd Bowley, when they did take over, saw the books and were like, no, we have to report this as quickly as possible. And they did that. Now, there's a lot of factors also. This is a new administration. This was all done under the Abramovich administration. So, in a sense, why do they have to suffer so adversely for something that is going on that doesn't concern this current board? And they even saw it themselves and actually reported.
But it's Chelsea as a club.
I know it's Chelsea as a club, but understand the dynamics.
The former board did not win. It's not the former board's 2 Champions League titles.
See, the dynamics are a bit different now. Like I said, number one, change of ownership has occurred. The new ownership then reported the issue when they noticed it in the books. And investigation was done, and they owned up and they cooperated in investigation. That's another major fact. They cooperated in the investigation. So it was like them making a plea deal. You know what a plea deal is. Anybody listening knows what a plea deal is. For those who don't know, it's about making an agreement or reaching an agreement with authorities for a lighter sentence in order to cooperate with investigations or give up maybe a main suspect in anything, or the main culprit or the big fish in any case, or any this thing the authorities are actually chasing. So it's not uncommon when it comes to situations like this. But like I said, Everton and Northern Forest were actually investigated and they were found out. They didn't report the issues themselves. Probably made the investigation quite.
But the law should be the law.
It's not about the law. People strike plea deals everywhere around the world. Even in Nigeria, people strike plea deals. In the US, people strike plea deals. In the United Kingdom, Canada, everywhere around the world.
So Chelsea can keep cheating and be striking plea deals over and over.
The law is clear. I'm a mafia boss. You're my henchman. You're my chief assassin. I said you've killed like 10 people. I'm the main person, maybe FBI, Interpol, the MI6 wants taken down. But you're part of the whole syndicate, and if I'm arrested, you'll definitely be caught, and you decide, okay, you and I fall out, or maybe you have a change of heart, because some people do have a change of heart, and you go and report to the police and say, oh, definitely they know who you are, and you're willing to make a deal with them to give them as much information and give them a witness they need to actually make their case solid. You negotiate your plea deal with them, probably witness protection. You never even get to see the four walls of prison. Or even if you do, for a lesser time that would have actually maybe been life or death sentence for you. So, but I get to go down. So this is basically it. Although in this case there's nobody that gets to go down because it's Chelsea the entity, but they actually reported the issue. That's now the scenario we're looking at. Some people say the law is the law, no doubt about that. Chelsea has been in this situation before. It's because of they were investigators. When Frank Lampard came in, we saw the likes of Fikayo Tomori, Tammy Abraham, Mason Mount, and all
So
of
should
them.
they keep cheating and keep asking for plea
I see,
deals?
all this has happened during the Abramovich era. If anything is discovered during the Bully era, then I don't think they have any excuse. They will be prosecuted. They will actually serve their ban. They will serve their
you
ban.
should
I mean,
punish the club.
last you had an issue of recent. The fine is the punishment. Although some people like will say
10
will
million
question the ethics around it. Maybe
they got around 700 to 900 million in prize money.
Maybe they would have said maybe the fine could have been steeper. Some would have said, or some would say. But like I said, the dynamics are different than just when it's just like Manchester City's. Trust me. So if Man City are found guilty, let's put it down. If Man City are found guilty, trust me, we might see that club might 115 charges. If they are found guilty of like 15,
that's the thing.
That club might cease to exist in the Premier League.
People like Everton and Forest are saying, "Oh, we do this and then we get slapped with this." Don't you see a situation where City escapes?
Did they cooperate?
Yes, they have been cooperating.
I mean, the Forest and Everton actually cooperate. Were they the ones that reported the issue themselves? These are factors, judges, like knife is in a court of law. These are factors, judges, or a jury, if you practice a jury system, will actually look at before making a decision. Are Chelsea guilty? Yes. Nobody is disputing that. But the factors that led to them being found guilty are now another thing you have to look at the end of the day. Because number one, change of administration and ownership. The new administration saw it and reported and said they are willing to cooperate and cooperated throughout all the investigation and didn't hold back. So they negotiated a deal. Circumstances are not the same with Northern Forest and Everton. Although you can still raise questions about the ethics and morality about these things, and you can still raise questions about the fact that these are big clubs, so maybe that's why they get this sort of favoritism. I'm not questioning those sort of talks coming up, but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here and paint probably what I saw as the decision or the reason why such a decision was taken. But do I agree with it? I don't know. That's what I can say.
So Chelsea can keep cheating and get away with it.
No, they can't.
In your perspective, what should have been the adequate?
No. See, if this board commits this thing again, even if they go and report themselves, they will face the full brunt of it. But understand what I'm saying? The dynamics. A board left, and ownership. There was a change of ownership, not a board leaving. There was a change of ownership, and within that period of change of ownership, the new owners discovered this and reported. They had no idea. They didn't know what was happening. Definitely, it's not like a proper change of ownership or a proper takeover whereby I want to buy your company, so I'm coming and I'm looking at your books. They just came in and they bought Chelsea after the asset was actually seized from Abramovich. So I'm not sure enough due diligence was actually done in that sense also. That's another thing, a factor you have to look at. Was enough due diligence done in Todd Bowley's consortium's bid to take over Chelsea? So there are a lot of factors that complicate these things. You will raise question marks about it, but like I said, there are a lot of factors that don't make it straightforward. I mean, if it was Abramovich that was still the owner of Chelsea and this came out, definitely they should serve their ban and they will serve their ban. If Bowley and co, the consortium, commits this sort of offense after they got this slap on the wrist, they should serve their ban. If it's me, it will be worse. The punishment will be worse. But for now, like I said, there are a lot of factors that you have to look at while making this particular decision. It's not like a big team favoritism thing for me. I feel this is the reason why we're getting this sort of, because a transfer ban has been put on Chelsea before, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's not the first time. A transfer ban has been put on Chelsea. So it's not like they're immune to it happening to them. It's just there are a lot of factors surrounding this one at this point in time.
Okay. Well, if you do also share Henry's thoughts on this, get across to us on the phone line 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call. And of course, the SMS and WhatsApp portal is still there 0810. Oh, sorry, 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. And of course, again, the number is 0810 951 0951. Henry, there was a recent report on the latest saga or the latest lowdown regarding Vinicius Jr. in that love triangle. I think there's a triangle in Vinicius Jr., Real Madrid, and Arsenal. Now, this triangle, in clear terms, with this new report, according to David Onstein, he's saying Vinicius Jr. is entering a crucial stage in talks regarding his contract extension as Real Madrid. There's one thing on the table: a free exit in 2027 summer, joining Arsenal now, or signing that new deal with Real Madrid. And from what David Onstein is saying, he's saying Arsenal are all in on the idea to sign Vinicius. And of course, he has also said the 26-year-old winger is attracted, in quotes, by the opportunity if no Real Madrid agreement can be found. Mario Cortenhena is also a journalist in Spain who is saying that Real Madrid have given that idea to Vinicius of what they want to present to him. Although there is no agreement now, Vinicius seems open to lowering his demands, which has stalled contract talks for a long time. Vinicius to Arsenal has stirred up a lot of, you can say, debate amongst rival fans, debates amongst Real Madrid fans who feel like he should be doing more for the club. First things first. Let's take it exactly. Let's take it from the Vinicius and Real Madrid angle first of all, before we now look at the angle of Vinicius and Arsenal, and of course Real Madrid and Arsenal, if Real Madrid will even accept to negotiate with Arsenal. Vinicius and Real Madrid, there's a battle regarding image rights, there's a battle regarding the overall salary structure. Where do you stand on this? Should Vinicius be having a proper say, more elaborated say in his stay at Real Madrid? Should Real Madrid be coughing out the heavens to keep Vinicius Jr.? Is he right to demand something as huge as this from Real Madrid?
Ferenc Puskas, Alfredo Di Stefano, David Sanchez, Fernando Hierro, Raul Gonzalez, Hugo Sanchez, Cristiano Ronaldo, Zinedine Zidane, Luis Figo, Ronaldo de Lima. Stop me, please, when I Xabi Alonso, Angel Di Maria, Karim Benzema. Is it the names that they call? These are names that play for Real Madrid. So, who is Vinicius Junior? So, no offense, don't get me wrong, but this 50-50 image rights thing with Real Madrid has always been the thing. Even the mighty Cristiano Ronaldo had to agree to it. Even the mighty Cristiano Ronaldo, it was about a 50-50 sharing formula that Madrid got from.
But then he left.
And he left eventually, and he went to Juventus after that, when there was that final falling out and all that stuff with a year left on his contract. Truth be told, that Madrid, nobody is bigger than Madrid. I don't think any club in the world or any organization in football, apart from the federations, FIFA, as in any club, organization, or entity in the world, you can argue that. I know Barcelona fans might come for me after I said he's bigger than Real Madrid. Real Madrid as an institution, they don't care. Perez doesn't care if Vini leaves or wants to leave. He wants to get his way. But at the end of the day, also, Mourinho doesn't want to lose Vini. So that's another thing that could, because Perez is giving Mourinho a lot of leeway in his second coming. And Mourinho wants the man to stay at the club, especially with Mastantuono on the brink of going out on loan. So that means if Vini leaves, either Mastantuono doesn't go out on loan again, or he goes out on loan and they still sign somebody plus Diomande. Because Diomande is coming whether Vini leaves or stays. So that one is basically going to happen. Are there issues? Yes. But you're looking at Vini. He's still in his prime. He's still thinking of the Ballon d'Or. No offense. Between Arsenal and Real Madrid, where do you think he will win it, or he has a likelier chance of winning it? I know I shouldn't put that into other stuff, but the truth is, it's Real Madrid. And that's the simple truth. So there are a lot of factors Vini is actually looking at. He wants more money. But you also have to be realistic. In the last 2 seasons, Vini hasn't really been the Vini we remember.
But doesn't he deserve it?
How much is he asking for in the first place? That's another question. I think the offer on the table is about 400. He wants about 500. Or about 600, close to about what Erling Haaland is earning.
From another report coming out today, they also say contract bonus is another issue where
see, leave the salary. See those bonuses. If you get the bonuses right, you can leave off the bonuses for the rest of the year. Yeah. So that's another thing. So the image rights and the bonuses are.
And in England, I think
Arsenal reportedly is offering him 500 a week. According to reports,
image rights are not even an issue in England.
Image rights are not an issue, but in Spain is a big deal, and for Madrid is a big deal. So I think this is the factor you're looking at. But I think the man is still thinking of glory at this point in time. If he goes to Arsenal, he'll walk into the Arsenal starting lineup. Martinelli will be thrown out of the door for Arsenal. I don't see Martinelli staying if Vini is signed. But that's not the Arsenal. We're talking about Vini and Real Madrid. Will a compromise be found? I don't know. I can't tell you. The transfer market is very volatile. We could be hearing, oh, he's willing to lower wages. It could drag on mid-August. Then all of a sudden, Arsenal comes in and swoops the man. That's how we all thought Ibrahima Konate will end up signing a new contract. Because he said it's close. Even he himself came out to say he's close. Then all of a sudden, the man left for free at the end of last season. So it's a very volatile situation. I think both parties want the romance to continue. But it's a matter of them finding that middle ground. And I don't know if that can happen.
But Vinicius' camp, have they not seen Real Madrid getting Yan Diomande and also saying, no, that should not happen?
I think the people that should be scared of Yan Diomande coming in shouldn't even be Vini's camp. It should be other people in other wide positions. I think Rodrigo should even be the one scared because Vini, I mean, Mbappe had to be moved to a 9 for Vini to still play.
Exactly.
Vini
All
holds,
of this is this.
Vini holds the left position. Mbappe, Diomande is coming to play from the right. Diomande is coming to play from the right. He's not going to play from the left. Maybe when Vini is not fit or is injured or is suspended, Diomande could debut from the left. Then you have someone like Adagula or Brahim Diaz or Rodrigo when he's back fit playing from the right. But the people that should be scared is that someone like Rodrigo, Gule, Brahim Diaz. Those would be the people that should be worried about their place in the team. From someone like Franco Mastantano, I think from this loan, it's bye-bye Madrid. That's what I feel.
But if Real Madrid are not budging on reaching Vinicius'
I think Real Madrid
demands,
wants him to stay. So it's about a compromise being found from both partners or from both sides. So
exactly, because it's not.
Are you also throwing something into this conversation? It might not be the money factor. It might be the control factor. From last season, Vini has always had an issue with having a control, being the central figure.
He literally was the one that riled up the dressing room against Xabi Alonso and he got sacked.
That's what I'm saying. So he's had that fight for control, fight for being the central figure right there at Real Madrid. There had been that cold war between himself and Kylian Mbappe, and with some of the signings coming in, don't you think, Vini? It's basically a fight of I need to be in control. I need to be the central figure. I need to be the man who the limelight is upon. I don't think basically it's a fight for money.
You cannot play in a typical Real Madrid is a typical Real Madrid is a galactical team.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you haven't done half of what Zidane, Figo.
We've seen issues between himself and Jude Bellingham at times where he had to scold Bellingham.
De Lima, you can go Raul. How you haven't done
Roberto Carlos.
You haven't done literally.
There was David Beckham in that mix. Michael Owen in that mix.
Michael Owen came in at the point in that you haven't done what these men have done. And you're feeling you can't play in a team, you want to be the Lord and Lord over everybody. Everybody there is a superstar. Bellingham is a superstar in his right. Bellingham has it within himself to win a Ballon d'Or before he retires.
Yeah.
Mbappe, these three names, Bellingham, Mbappe, and Vini, will probably win Ballon d'Ors before they retire from world football. They will probably do this. So everyone is a big name. He's a star in his own right. In that, okay, you now bring Rodri in. because they're pushing for Rodri.
And there could be maybe a center forward, a high profile center forward coming. If that high profile,
Carlos SP has come in, so I don't think they are looking for a high profile center forward again. He has come in from which club again? Is it Levante? There's still also some might say he didn't have the best season. There's still also a world class quality player in Trent Alexander-Arnold in that team. Who, if you want to say you could pick out if he's in top form, a defender that can win the Ballon d'Or, he's one of the names you will mention.
Okay.
So, like, it's Real Madrid. Quality is littered everywhere. You can't come and want to say you want to lord it over everybody. Is everybody looking at you and saying, I'm a superstar in my own right? I am a superstar in my own right. So, if it's about lording it over people in the dressing room, then I think Vini is in for a ride because Mourinho wouldn't let him in the first place. And I think that's why part of the reason why Perez brought in Mourinho, because he needs that dressing room to become sane. And like I said, there are three people I feel will win the Ballon d'Or in that team before they get to retire from football. And you can't just come and dictate to them. You have to learn to play. Yes, even in previous Galactico teams, Eagles were there. But man, you don't let it get in the way of you playing your football. I mean, at the time, yes, you might say Ronaldo was the biggest name. Karim Benzema gave name way for him, but you had the likes of Marcelo,
Di Maria.
You had Di Maria, you had Mesut Ozil, you had all these guys in a team. I mean, although some people say maybe it's because of nostalgia bias and talking like this or playing like this, but we all remember just that Barcelona team were just too good on that Pep. But we all remember how good Real Madrid were with Di Maria, Mesut Ozil and co in that team. Just that Barcelona were just too good on that Pep 10 and Tito Villanova. We all remember. So let Vinny be calming down. He deserves good money. 400-500 is not bad, especially when you look at somebody like Erling Haaland, because you put him in the same bracket or category with Erling Haaland currently in world football, earning that huge amount of money. No doubt about that. But I think it's more often about the bonuses and image rights. I think Real Madrid are also being careful here because they've seen Vinny's stock drop. You don't want to have a player on such a huge wage bill and
Vinny's stock
bonuses drop? And all of a sudden the form just keeps on dropping and dropping and dropping. Vinny is about 26 now.
Yes, 26.
26. How many Brazilians get to last till 30 or play at the top till 31, 32? So it could also be another factor because you give him a 4-year contract extension, you're stuck with the man till he's 30. Then if the last 2 seasons haven't really been the best and injuries have been setting in, then it just keeps on going like that.
When you talk about the commercial value of a player, does he ever really dip so bad that they are no longer interested in what the commercial goodies?
He's not a Ballon d'Or winner. He's not Kaka. As much as Kaka had his own injury issues and had his own fair share.
When you talk about some of the most marketable players in the world right now, it's really not top 5.
Most marketable players in the world right now.
I don't think so.
Is it not top 5?
Two are playing, but they're not in Europe. We know them.
I mean in Europe now.
In Europe.
I think Harry Kane goes ahead of him.
Marketable players that have commercial value.
Mbappe,
Bellingham, and Harry Kane.
Haaland. You'll still put Vinny up there. I think you put Vinny up there. You say Harry Kane.
Yeah.
Like he said, he did point out on it too. You might want to say Harry Kane. But often Harry Kane, I don't know if Lamine Yamal has dropped Harry Kane now with the whole PR around Lamine Yamal and everything.
The PR is huge, but I think
it's not about
the very first season.
Vinny's not in your top 5.
It's not about being. It's not about being a footballer. Now. It's about your marketability. It's like It's like the notion is. I'm not trying to start any debate. Messi is a better footballer than Ronaldo, but Ronaldo is a more marketable footballer.
Exactly.
That's the sort of narrative that you're trying to look at. Haaland, because you just have to look at the World Cup in the United States, what has done for Haaland's marketability.
Exactly. And I ask this to say because a move for Vinicius to the Premier League, does that not skyrocket it?
That depends on how he performs in Arsenal also.
No, not before he performs. That's the commercial value now.
And it adds because you want to see what Vinicius can actually. It creates that
the
buzz
most
about
watched league in the world.
Yeah, the whole
league
world.
with the highest
He's
funding.
arguably the best Brazilian footballer right now at this point in time. So that comes with its own.
And you know how you're able to market Brazilian footballers.
200, 300 million plus people coming in to have an interest in what happens with Vinicius. So the marketability, he's one of the top 5 marketable players in world football today. I'm not doubting or disputing that. I'm not disputing that, but it's just about Real Madrid don't care. That's it. Real Madrid just don't care. I mean, they let Cristiano Ronaldo go.
Ramos to another
Sergio
case in
Ramos
point.
Go. So they don't care. Like Perez doesn't care. He doesn't care. He'll let you go. I mean, at the point when they sold Ozil to Arsenal, Ozil was actually the best creative midfielder in world football. He was the master assistant in world football, and they let him go. So Perez doesn't care. He will sell Vinicius, and he feels he will find a replacement. And, I mean, Diomande threw away Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal for PSG. Real Madrid came, he tossed PSG aside for Real Madrid. So that shows you that Real Madrid is still everybody's daddy. So at the end of the day, he will find a replacement for Vinicius.
Also, as for you, Vinicius's marketability away from La Liga to the Premier League, before we move into all of that, where on the side of the divide would, if you are inside his agency talking about Rock Nation, where are you pitting him towards? Would you say, oh, hey, there's a big opportunity somewhere over? He is actually interested in a move, or he's appealed by a move to Arsenal, but though his heart lies with Real Madrid as it stands. He's appealed, no doubts about that, by a move to Arsenal, but he would even be willing to take lower wage demands. But here's another big problem. It's the bonuses also that is also affecting a little bit of agreements. Real Madrid feel like it will set a very bad precedent. It's something they don't ever do, and they're not willing to budge on that. What's your advice to Vinicius? Hey, there's a challenge somewhere in the Premier League. You can be the face of the Premier League. You can be just like the Messi-Ronaldo rivalry in La Liga, a Haaland-Vinicius sort of face-to-face in the Premier League. And of course, this is a team who are recently crowned champions of the league. There's a bit of consistency there. Second for 3 years, finally getting that holy grail of the league.
Even in the Champions League.
And then moving to the Champions League final. There's also consistency in the Champions League track record, where from the quarterfinal to the semi-final and then to the final.
Yeah.
Where do you sort of tell Vinicius, hey, I think this poses the best opportunity for you?
For me, I think I would, if I was to be within Vinicius's camp, I would be telling him to think with an open mind, because right now at Real Madrid, it's not been today, it's been before now. Vini has always not been very, very impressed with what's going on at Real Madrid, owing to the fact that he's not actually the face of that team. And it's quite clear that as long as Kylian Mbappe remains in that team, Vinicius Jr. cannot hold on to that commanding role in that team, because see, I would sit with Vini and analyze this on a clear spreadsheet. If Real Madrid happens to go another season without maybe a trophy or a lethal striker up front, fine, Kylian Mbappe gets to play top 9, but he could get the goals, but there is something maybe Mourinho might be looking for, a lethal striker. And we've always known Mourinho to work with lethal strikers. In Chelsea, we saw what he did with Didier Drogba. In Inter Milan, we saw what he did with Milito. Where else did he go to? Even in AS Roma, I think we saw Diogo Costa as well.
I mean, can't Mbappe do that? He can't do that.
Mbappe will do that.
I don't know if Mbappe. I don't know if Mbappe.
I mean, should there be so much attention?
We saw what he did with was the Belgian in Lukaku. Yes, back then in Manchester United. So he's one man that loves that out and out centre forward. He has also expressed his admiration.
He's not adverse to switching things up. But let's not forget, was he the one that sold Higuain? Was Mourinho the one that sold Higuain to
Napoli from Real Madrid?
2011.
I think he left in 2011. He left in the season after.
Because Higuain scored more goals than Ronaldo in a particular season in the La Liga, if memory serves me right. And I'm just trying to remember. And Higuain was shipped out of Real Madrid immediately.
But we've known the man Jose Mourinho to be someone who loves playing with that out and out striker, and if it doesn't really go his way when it comes to having a makeshift striker in Kylian Mbappe, what would he be pushing for? He would definitely be
Mourinho
pushing
was
for.
the one that sold Higuain.
So he would definitely be pushing for. And do you blame him? Do you blame him selling Higuain? Yeah, you said he got those goals, but Higuain has not always been that.
He was very
let me say he has not always been that very consistent kind of center forward like the others I just mentioned. So for me, I think if that comes to happen, or if push comes to shove and Real Madrid brings in an out and out striker like Erling Haaland, Jose Mourinho has also expressed his likeness for Erling Haaland. If that happens, where do you think Kylian Mbappe will go to? His preferred position is playing from the left-hand side.
But for
Now,
France, he plays as that number 9.
He in the 2018 World Cup,
because
he played from the right.
Right.
From the left, I mean.
No, from the right in 2018.
2018. Then 2022, he played from the left.
Now he's played. Look, he's the most lethal person France has up front. There's no other striker. Then there was Olivier Giroud. Last World Cup, it was still Giroud that was there at the last World Cup. So, but now there's no Giroud. The other options are either not matured enough or not trained enough consistency. Kitike got injured.
Yeah.
Le Paul in the Ligue 1 hasn't gotten a chance with the national team at all. Randa Kolomwani has not been consistent. You can go on and keep on mentioning your name. So, I mean, who is the most little person you can put off for Jesse Mbappe? And you have to see the array of wingers France has now.
But in a team like Real Madrid, if Erling Haaland gets into that team, obviously Kylian Mbappe doesn't go up front center forward again. He goes to the left. And what happens? All of these things I'm explaining could happen in just one season. Very possible. It could happen in just one season. Rumor has it that Erling Haaland could just spend one more season at Manchester City and move over to Real Madrid. So these are things Vini must consider. As for Vini, he's really done a lot for himself. At 26, he's got 2 Champions League titles, 3 La Liga titles. I think he's won everything in Spain. May not need to prove himself any longer. Taking up another challenge would have been the best for me. I would advise him for sure. Rather sit back here and try to fight an endless war. It would have been best for you to take up this challenge and move to the English Premier League. Look at the English Premier League right now. It's now faced with the exit of one huge face, which is Mohamed Salah. If Vini could come in and seamlessly replace Salah as the face of the English Premier League. Salah has been up there for about 3-4 seasons running till he had to leave right now. So that void is already there. Who is the biggest player we call right now in the English Premier League? It has to be Erling Haaland. Yes. At some point, we are seeing Victor Gyökeres crawl into it, but Gyökeres, immediately if Vinicius Junior comes into that squad, he becomes the face of Arsenal. He becomes even the face of the English Premier League. Yes.
I was about to ask that. Gyökeres.
No, you see a lot of when you talk about Arsenal for the past season. I think he even called Victor Gyökeres.
Is Saka not a bigger face?
No, Saka is a bigger face. But for this past season, because of Saka's injury layoff.
Is the face of Arsenal, or was the face of Arsenal last season? Nobody should call Gyökeres with Gyökeres. Don't call
before
Osas, please don't call his name.
No, what are you saying?
Osas,
what are you saying?
Osas, that's blasphemy. What
are you saying? When at some point in the season, we had a comparison between Erling Haaland and Victor Gyökeres. Yes, now the early part of the season. That's what I'm saying. It was a centre forward fight. It was a centre forward fight between Victor Gyökeres.
Wait now. When it comes to talking about marketable footballers, Gyökeres no reach.
At the entrance of Victor Gyökeres last season, what was the buzz? The buzz was Erling Haaland up against Victor Gyökeres. Even João Pedro was not put in that mix.
It's normal now when a big
It was an Erling Haaland up against the Victor Gyökeres. That's the hype with Victor Gyökeres.
Stop this, please.
I know you won't want to. You want to do my name.
Blaspheming.
I'm not blaspheming.
I mean, Eric, you're not probably seeing the vision the way Osas sees
I'm not seeing the vision. That vision is adulterated. It's a vision.
No, see, Henry, understand what I'm saying.
Before you saw the vision.
Henry, understand what I'm saying. When Victor Gyökeres stepped into the English Premier League with all he did in the Portuguese Premier Liga, it was more or less like this is the man to rival Erling Haaland. Now situations happened. Now imagine if Victor Gyökeres had come in last season and hit 30 goals, or call that 45 goals and assists. You won't be sitting here and saying he's not the face of Arsenal and also in contention for the face of the English Premier League. That was what he was brought in to do.
But he didn't.
That was what he was brought in to do.
He didn't.
I think even on his salary level,
yes,
is he really the face?
No, he's not. He's not. Saka is the poster boy.
He didn't. But he didn't. That's the point. He didn't. He came in and that buzz was the Haaland versus Gyökeres. But by match day 10,
I think we are forgetting something here.
We have agreed that
we are forgetting something here.
Do it. And
we are forgetting something here.
Say he's not even about the top 5.
No, we are forgetting something. We are forgetting something here. You're forgetting that being the poster boy, you're forgetting that being the poster boy.
He's not the poster boy of Arsenal.
Wait, now he's not. Now I said you're forgetting that being the poster boy and the highest paid player in Arsenal is different from being the face. What the Premier League will always project. No, now
it's just like Neymar.
At the beginning of last,
Neymar will see the face of poster
that's
boy.
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Now Vinny can actually take that.
If
nobody else comes in.
Somto, answer me this question. At the beginning of last season, who did you think was projected? Who was the person that was projected by the English Premier League? Like, we saw the adverts now. We saw the two persons.
Can I ask you a return question?
Okay, go on.
Why are you smiling when you ask me that? Why are you smiling when you ask me that?
No, I'm trying to make something clear.
I think his celebration makes it quite.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. A song was made for him.
Stop putting words in
A song was made.
mouth.
I'm not putting words in Sonto's mouth. Sonto, you understand what I'm saying?
Every Liverpool player has a song.
Saka came into the. See, before the start of last season, Saka was not usually talked about. Saka was not hugely talked about. Victor Gyökeres, the whole what's it called? The samurai celebration, the face mask celebration, his whole hype. Someone coming in to rival Erling Haaland. Both of them were projected as the two men that will run for the golden boots. Saka was not in that mix. Yes, Saka was the poster boy of Arsenal.
But it looked like, not fair to say that is a striker battle, not in general.
But I think that was the projection. For example, if Vinny was to come in now, immediately he switches.
Battle.
Golden boot is a striker's battle. But I think Erling Haaland tilted. Erling Haaland
Vinny is a Ballon d'Or second place finisher. He finished second place in the Ballon d'Or.
An Arsenal team.
So anybody, if Ipswich signs Vinny, he's still the face of the Premier League today, or still one of the faces of the Premier League today.
Okay, no problems. I don't know how we got into this, but I brought in Victor Gyökeres into the mix because of how it stood last season. But what I'm saying now is, if Vinny moves to Arsenal, where did we all start from? We're talking about my advice to Vinny. Vinny moved to Arsenal.
Imagine you started advising Vinny Gyökeres.
You know what I'm just imagining? I'm just imagining now. When Vinny finally moves to Arsenal, Osas is in the office shouting. Yes, Osas is in the office shouting. Don't worry.
I mean, somebody said something.
You need to see this to when they're watching Arsenal.
But the thing is, he moves to Arsenal, automatically he becomes that rival to Erling Haaland in everything. Goals, the face.
He has that X factor, but he now raises
everything.
He now raises the question.
He becomes the king of Arsenal.
He now raises the question. If he goes to Arsenal, with the way Arteta was so rigid last season, doesn't it now raise the question that will he allow Vinny express himself? Because man didn't let Saka express himself.
Saka did not let Saka express himself.
Man didn't let Eze express himself. They didn't let Odegaard express himself.
Don't you think you couldn't bench signing like that? I think how the team plays.
I think Eze did not. Eze wasn't consistent in what he was asked to do.
Let's just leave it there. Arsenal's forward line couldn't express themselves last season. We all agree on that. I think we all sit here and agree on that because you felt they can, they can.
But you had Noni Madueke expressing himself.
Madueke was
to the level.
Madueke expressed himself more in the World Cup with England than he did with Arsenal. Let's be realistic. Let's be frank. We also Madueke dribble more. But we all agree on that.
You didn't see Madueke in the Champions League.
We all agree on that.
No, you didn't see Madueke in the Champions League.
Sometimes I know you're laughing, but we all agree on that. Madueke dribbled more. I saw Madueke dribble more in 7 games.
That means you didn't watch some of the games in the UEFA Champions League.
I will do that to you first.
You didn't watch the game against Bayer Leverkusen.
Madueke dribble more in the World Cup in 7 games.
But a big name move like that doesn't it alter how the team plays?
But that's another problem. Is he really in the plans? Just an opportunity arises and more like how Cristiano Ronaldo went to Manchester United. I know probably Arsenal are looking for a Martinelli. Probably stays. The most likely option is Martinelli stays. But if there's another player that can come in, like how Trossard has gone in out the door and Ziolis has come in, then Vinicius comes in and Martinelli goes. But the problem now, where do you now offload Martinelli to? Because by the looks of things, PSG might not be interested. They brought in Akliush. Mika Hotz is about to come into PSG to probably replace Pakola, unless they still deem it fit or probable that they want to go for what's his name? Martinelli at the end of the day. Now this is a problem that you have to offload Gabriel Martinelli under a short period of time. So there are a lot of factors. Look at this. Does he fit into Arsenal? I think he'll come into Arsenal and make a splash. He'll do well in the Premier League. I don't have any doubt.
There's also been an uproar where, if he comes in, does he take Saka's number 7 shirt?
That was for Arsenal sort out.
Saka will wholly, if there's any word like that, wholeheartedly.
Who was the number 10?
Easy, yeah.
I can collect the shirt for Easy and give it to Vinicius.
But he's a 7 guy.
I think Vinicius will take the 10 in Brazil as Neymar has gone, so you can just give him the 10, so it's 10-10. Let everybody rest.
I mean, would you allow that?
But Saka would wholeheartedly.
Question for Arsenal fans.
It's a question for Arsenal fans. It's a question for Arsenal, but me, Saka still holds the shirt because Saka is still an important part of Arsenal. Saka, he's the heart of Arsenal. He's the poster boy of Arsenal.
But I think Saka would want to do what Neymar tried doing to Messi. Nah. Surrender that 7 shirt. He would want
because
to do it.
Because Vini is not Messi.
He would want to do it
the highest paid player at the club.
You're putting
no, a Saka, a Neymar Messi.
You've blasphemed the second.
No. Hold on. A Neymar Messi relationship, a Saka Vini relationship. Look at it in terms of achievements. I think it has Saka won the Champions League.
Yeah.
Are you asking your own player?
Wait, see.
New toy they sweet for eyes.
Well, is that here? Oh,
I mean, somebody said something. One of the most hated players in one of the most hated clubs. That's a match made in heaven, isn't it?
Because he's an annoying footballer, but you just have to love him. That's the thing about
an annoying footballer
it's like I think the way I look at Vini is the same way I look at Bruno Fernandes. The talent is there, fantastic footballer, but I look at the character like, oh God, this guy just stop complaining and play your football for once.
Imagine Vinicius at Arsenal.
I'm just imagining Vinicius and you're talking about Vinicius. I'm imagining Vinicius in Manchester United with him and Bruno play. If I'm an opposition player, I might end up being as violent as I like to perpetrate violence. Because there's no violence in football, please, but I'm just all joking. Yeah, but if I'm an opposition player, because if I'm a referee, if I don't want to officiate that game, some of them will be in your face at every point in time. So it's annoying. He has an annoying character. Don't get that wrong, but he's a fantastic footballer. So I think, like you said, it could probably be a match made in heaven because Vini will rile up a lot of opposition fans. And 1v1, you probably put your money on Vini having it over his man at the end of the day. But it's a faster paced league in the Premier League, but I still think he'll cope and he'll still do very well. Will he go to Arsenal? Arsenal look like they're ready, but the problem is also as they are ready to pounce, they should be looking for a way to offload Gabriel Martinelli. Trust me, because I don't see a situation where you have Ziolis, Martinelli, Vinicius, Madueke, and Saka in one team. It just doesn't work.
And you think squad depth?
I pity for Christos Ziolis if that thing happens. He will automatically turn to a Carabao Cup player. As it is with Martinelli now, there's a chance he will see Premier League minutes. He will start games. But Vini comes in, Carabao Cup. because Champions League and Premier League.
But you must understand. You must also understand that one of the big problems Arsenal faced last season was this same squad depletion in the squad.
Which kind of depletion in the squad?
Injuries came in
Arsenal
during
had
the
two players in there.
during the FA Cup.
Wait,
During the FA Cup
what happened to Liverpool last season? You complain about injuries.
That's Liverpool. Arsenal had
you
injury
had two
issues.
players in every position.
Arsenal had injury issues.
You won the Premier League and reached the Champions League final. You're telling me
Arsenal had injury. If not for injuries, Arsenal wouldn't have exited at the hands of Sunderland in the FA Cup.
Sunderland, you're calling Sunderland when it was Southampton. So the red and black
Southampton. Sorry, Southampton. Now that wouldn't have happened at the hands of Southampton.
Did you have any?
Arsenal had injury problems.
Madueke started that game, right? Trossard was on the field.
Trossard came in later.
Wait, Trossard.
They were arrested.
Trossard was on the field.
They were arrested for.
Trossard came in when it was 1-1. I don't care. Trossard was on the field. Wait, can I have explained that game? Gabriel Martinelli played that game. Wait, I'm calling the names that played that. So is that a team that should lose to Southampton? And you're telling me squad depth issues or injury issues?
Injury issues.
No, even the lineup I mentioned. Is that a team that should lose to Southampton?
What I'm saying is that Arsenal had a period where they had to manage players. Miles Lewis-Kelly was managed within that period.
Miles Lewis-Kelly that was playing the Champions League games for the quarterfinals.
He was managed during that period. That was one of the reasons why he wasn't strained.
If you tell me Calafiori, yes.
Calafiori was managed during that period.
Yes.
We had Ben White. Timber was out. Hincapié at one point was also managed within that period.
Hincapié was playing at left back.
Yes, he was managed within that period.
Mosquera started the Champions League final.
Mosquera got injured even in that Champions League.
Mosquera started the Champions League final. He played against Southampton.
He got injured in the semis.
For him to be fit enough to start the Champions League final and keep Dembele or Varashvili, I beg your pardon, quiet.
So he kept him quiet.
He kept Vara quiet.
The penalty that was.
No, that's what I'm saying. The only times Vara was able to break free, the penalty.
Then he didn't keep him quiet. Now, if you had kept him quiet.
You can attest to that the man kept Vara quiet for most of that final. The yellow card maybe didn't help matters later on, and rightfully
he wasn't 100%.
And it was even after that yellow card that Arteta hooked him off. It was even after that yellow card, beg your pardon, that Vara started coming into that game.
He wasn't 100%.
It's the final we all watched, right? So he can't hold Shea Charles in the. Is it my fault that he can't hold Shea Charles? So let's not talk. There's a reason why you have two players in every position. Injuries will set in. So there's a reason why you have two players in every position. So you don't come and tell me, Trossard and Martinelli got injured. Saka and Madueke are by the other side. Put one by this side.
Why?
I didn't say that's exactly how they got injured. You understand what I'm trying to say? You have Havertz. You have a very cheesy.
Havertz was injured from the start of the season. Havertz returned almost halfway into the season.
But the Gyökeres get injured in the first half of the season. No.
Okay.
No, but Gyökeres did not get injured now.
Gyökeres did not get injured. But what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying here. I think the solution here is for you to
can only do 90 minutes for 3 days.
Let's say halfway through the season, 19 Premier League games.
The solution here is for you to concentrate on Liverpool.
Osas, halfway through the season, 19 Premier League games. I don't know why we digress that. 8 Champions League games, 27 matches. Then what again? Carabao Cup, he no go play. So if Gyökeres play 27 matches, he go die. Answer my question.
Why?
Will he be fatigued if he plays 27 matches?
He probably won't be fatigued, but I think making plans. He no go die. But making plans. I think if I'm Mikel Arteta, why did we come into this argument now? Why did we come into this argument?
Came in halfway through the season.
Yes.
Came back from injury.
Yes.
And he even started games.
Yes.
Started playing games. He was even starting games. He even started the Champions League.
Yes.
So he can't even complain about fatigue from Gyökeres because he had enough rest in the second half.
What I'm saying, what brought us into this argument is surplus to requirements. Should Arteta be looking at pushing out some persons? If I were to be Arteta, if there is accommodation, I will accommodate. I would accommodate. If you believe in the project, you will stay.
We believe in project.
After all, Gabriel Jesus believes in the project and he's there.
Gabriel Jesus has not left because of his salary.
No, he's there. He's waiting. He believes in the project.
He's collecting 200 a week.
He believes in the project. So if you believe in it, you will stay. That's
So if
it.
you're Martinelli, you'll be willing to sit on the bench for the full season.
Fight for, not really sit on the bench. Fight for my spot.
Martinelli is never benching Vinicius.
Fight for my spot.
No
Who said he won't bench Vinicius?
Did
you ever believe that Mas Lewis Kelly will bench Martin Zubimendi?
Zubimendi was tired towards the end of the season. You can see his legs were gone. Even De La Fuente barely gave him minutes in the World Cup. You can see his legs were gone. So, see, if Vinicius puts a boulder on his back and climbs up Zuma Rock, runs up Zuma Rock up and down 10 times to prove he's ready, he's never starting ahead of Vinicius. It is never going to happen. So, Arsenal, as much as they are trying to bring Vini in, they should try and offload Martinelli. I think that's the best, because you can't have 5 wingers like that. Those are top class wingers, and those, some people might raise questions about if Ziolis is actually top class or not, because he's just coming in from the Belgian league. But definitely he just came in, so you're not selling him off immediately. So it's somebody that was already there. That has to be Martinelli. You can't keep 5 of them, especially if they end up going for Vinicius. But so to the Vini issue is still wide open. A lot could happen between now and September 1st, right? So there's a lot. It's still quite open. While in August, it's about a month's time, but a lot, like I said, can still happen. So there's still a lot of possibilities that regards what happens.
There's anything Arsenal fans will not probably want to start the season with Martinelli.
So what do you do now? He's there. He's there. I mean, Arsenal made the smarter decision. Trossard is 31. If you are to get rid of one of either Trossard or Martinelli, if it's me, I'll get rid of Trossard because he's about 31. Martinelli still has more resale value, about 26 or 25 or thereabouts. So, and you still feel he still has something to offer at the end of the day. He's in his peak or prime. 1 or 2 very good seasons, and we will forget about what we're talking about with Martinelli. I don't think he's a bad player after all at the end of the day. I said I don't think he's a bad player.
You don't think?
I don't think he's a bad player now. Did I say he's world class or he's great? I just said I don't think he's a bad player.
Okay. Let me pick your brains about Vinicius and Arsenal now, because what can Arsenal do to outrightly convince him to ditch Madrid?
Now money and
join them.
It's money. Like you said, image right is not an issue.
Do you see that marriage between Arsenal and Vinicius being a success?
I don't know. I seriously can't tell you that it will be. You expect it to be a success because of the quality of player he is, and it's coming into a well-structured Arsenal team. But like I said, if Arsenal were as rigid as they were last season, I think it would be frustrating for the man. Because Arsenal looked so laboured up front last season, and Vinicius is the sort of player that loves to express. So when you are laboured up front, it's very difficult for you to actually express yourself. But based on the fact that Arsenal are on a winning roll as things stand, that could actually be the addition that could propel Arsenal to the next level, the extra they are looking for, and maybe could force Mikel Arteta to free them up more. Because after what we saw in the Champions League finals, yes, I know I defended Arteta on his tactics and approach, but I mean, you could have actually at least tried to go to try and see if you can kill off PSG in that game. But you didn't. You are so hell-bent on defending too deep. And that posed an issue for you, invited a lot of pressure, and eventually the goal came. So I think it will actually be a good match. I mean, he was offered to a lot of teams. Chelsea weren't interested. Man City were interested. Liverpool were interested. They feel they have a young man coming through. They don't want to block his pathway into the first team. So, and they already have the target.
All of these clubs.
No, they rebuffed the interest. They were actually approached. Primarily, those top Premier League clubs were actually approached. All of them. But Arsenal were the ones. We all know Arsenal. There was a probability of 1 or 2 left wingers coming in. One has come in, so there's now a possibility of a second one and a world class left winger coming in. So Arsenal looks at the option. If now you waiting, you go do now Martinelli and Vinicius, and it's not like there's a promising youngster that is coming through. You're looking at the possibility of blocking his pathway into the first team. No, that's not happening. That's not the case. So I think it's quite reasonable, a good opportunity for Arsenal not to turn that, especially if you know you can get good enough offers for Gabriel Martinelli at the end of the day. And also, I think this is a deal people are scared of. Vini is a deal people will be scared of because the financial implications will be a lot. The financial implications, the salary, Madrid.
Who Arsenal is scared of, or who?
The clubs, even Arsenal will have to be very careful because number one, the salary. You're talking about Vinicius.
I think Arsenal smashed all commercial records that they previously
it's not
had
about
last
smashing
season.
all commercial records.
So
now.
it even doubles them.
Wait. It's not about smashing all commercial records now. Vini will probably earn between 400 to 600 a week. We all agree to that. Or attest to that. I can't give a definite figure.
500, not 600.
I say between 4 to 600 a
4
week.
to 5.
4 to 6. There's no
600 will bankrupt SARS.
Haaland is collecting 600 in Man City.
That's because that's Man City.
So
they have 115
I'm
charges.
telling you what Vini will want to collect in Real Madrid, in Arsenal. That is definite. Then you also have to look at bonus. Even if you say that 200k per goal, Harry Kane collects over 100k per goal. Over 100k per goal. He can tell you 200k per goal.
I mean, that's why you have Arsenal for this.
He wants assists. Assists, they will be there. Appearance bonuses will be there. You win the Champions League, you win this, you win that. It will be there. Maybe the image rights is not much.
I think Arsenal, according to their report, have weighed of all of these things.
Then,
and from head to toe, I've
with
said
the current
yes.
madness in the transfer window, even as much as Vini has 1 year left on his contract, if a whole Morgan Rogers, the whole rock of Aston Villa can go for 170 million pounds, imagine what Real Madrid. I mean, they threw a bid. Real Madrid put a bid of 120 plus 10 for Yadio Bade. Leipzig never answered them. Leipzig just kept quiet.
Yeah, they've not answered.
You're not serious.
And Fabrizio rushed to come and tell us here.
Leipzig has just left the message. Left the message already. They read the message. You saw the beauty.
They saw the beauty.
They don't reply.
And there's no response.
So if you had the Obade, Leipzig can be pushing for that amount of money. Imagine what Real Madrid will push for Vinicius, or even as much as he has a year left on his contract. But they'll say he has a year left on his contract. But it's Vinicius is a world-class player. You can end up spending.
You can end up spending 150.
You might end up spending 150 to 170. Yeah, with the current madness in the transfer window. So it's doable. It's very doable. And Arsenal are not signing much. Just Zolis, right?
Yeah.
And
Hincapié. Hincapié was signed on the permanent deal now.
Go into next season's season's books. So I don't think it will really.
That was the aim, to avoid it going into last season's books. That's why they signed with a loan and an option to buy, so that they can now
it's
put
going
it into
this season.
Yeah.
So Hincapié was how many million?
I think 34 million pounds.
34 million. Let's paint the scenario. Although how many year contract? 5-year contract. It's amortized. So 34 million pounds. Let's say it's average 5-year contract. So you're talking about 6.8 going into the books. I don't want to add his salary and all that stuff. It's actually doable. Christos Zolis, 40 million euros and 35 million pounds. 6 points. Those don't barely touch the books for Arsenal. Let's say Bruno Guimaraes comes in. Total package is 80 million pounds because 75 plus 5. So that's spread over 5 years. You're talking about 16 million on the books that year. So it's actually doable for us now. It's actually quite doable. But you can't have such a player collecting huge wages and bonuses on your payroll if he's not turning up. But I feel Vinicius will turn up. So financially it's doable for us now because they are not signing much this summer. Maybe 3 or 4 signings. But trust me, it's a very complicated deal financially. Liverpool no go agree. They have to review the whole squad. You can't start spending over 200 million as total package on one player. Chelsea are trying to build the squad for Alonso. Carrick, Man United, they are trying to build the squad for Alonso. Carrick, beg your pardon. What's his name? Enzo Maresca. He already has Haaland, and he has other wingers he's trying to see how we can work around it. So it's not a pressing issue or position for him. And moreover, if Rodri leaves, there's need to address that position at the end of the day. They have the finances to actually go for it, Man City, but I don't think they are interested in pushing for that deal. So when you look at all these factors, I think that's one of the reasons why Arsenal are the front runners and really look like they are really interested. But it's going to be a very complicated deal financially. It's not going to be straightforward as people think.
All right, that will be that for everything that concerns European football at this stage of the show this afternoon. Rest assured, the show continues from 4 till 6 p.m. as Ovi Wallace walking in majestically into the studio with the compliment of Benjamin Mina by his side, as the 10,000 that will never disappear by his side, and of course the 20,000 that will never disappear is Osasi Kirin by his side. This continues from 4 to 6 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Still Today Sports Live on the premium news, talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Somto Isaac Henry Ogugo. A pleasure doing this with you. Of course, the show More transfer stories will pop up when we return for the transfer show tomorrow from 4:30 p.m. You don't want to miss out on that one. Stick with us. We are your premium station. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
And welcome to today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, the only station committed to bring you premium news, premium talk, and premium sports. And yes, Somto Isaac did justice to the first part, talking everything that has to do with European football. Arsenal, I was not around for that part, but I did come into the studio hearing about Arsenal and Vinicius Jr. Can Arsenal actually afford Vinicius Jr. and still go for Bruno Guimaraes? I want to know.
You are playing with Arsenal, though.
Do Arsenal have money?
You are playing with Arsenal.
You guys are talking
Go
about
and check the books.
About salary.
Last season, go and check the books.
And
when it has to do with profits, you see,
when
add some respect.
When I came in, I saw something complaining if they can pay if they can pay Vini 600. Do Arsenal have money?
It's your on my mind by force. It's your style when you came in. It's what you do now. Come and be discussing Arsenal.
Do they have money?
See, put some respect to that name. Arsenal has never been a club that would go or complain of bankruptcy. They always are profit oriented. They are always profit oriented. So
you can have money, but you cannot afford some things.
You can have money. You will be prudent and wise at things.
Prudent and wise.
Yes. Don't spend scandalously like some clubs
Transfer with the stay gone. We will know if you spent wisely at the end of the season. They start this month. Now we don't enter the month of August. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ovi. What is cover the sports chef? As always, I am ready to dice, slice, season, and spice up your afternoon with hot talking points from the ever exciting world of sports. And we're doing this on the Nigerian side of things, on the African side of things. Is the WAFCON we'll be discussing today. As by 9 p.m., the Super Falcons taking on the Copper Queens of Zambia. And the question is, can they get the most needed win? Justin Madugu and the girls, and I've got the guys in the studio with me ready to add their own season spice and everything nice on the show. Somto Isaac, just around the corner, in case he wants to defend his wife, Michelle Alozie, or Chiamaka Nadozie, will talk.
Justin Madugu should respect himself.
He should respect himself.
Play, our angel in a place she's not familiar with. I play with Michelle in positions we are familiar with.
Which position? I don't understand.
Honorable.
Explain.
That was a secret. That's why you should not tell a radio presenter yourself.
It's like I come and do assistant coach on that.
So she's calling me now.
She's calling. I don't go answer. Go answer. I've also got Osas in here with the demigod in the world of sports. Osas, I'll not ask you about positions. I know you're experienced in that matter.
Oh, that's an indictment. That's an indictment.
We are talking about football now.
Daddy, what do you have to say?
See, when
I have not. I have nothing to say.
When today
in this
when
case.
to go and play that match, who was our coach? Was Osas that was shouting? You start up position. You start up with Osas when it comes to tactical ingenuity.
Okay.
Genius.
All right.
Positional play.
Positional play. All right. It's what.
Why are you afraid to see us? Starts from the back.
Benjamin.
He's a defender.
He builds from behind.
Exactly. He likes to play from the back.
On the auto version to something else.
See where your mind
No,
is
you
going.
carry the show. They go there, don't you?
On the auto version.
Now
to
you
something
carry the
else.
show. They go
A
there.
game against Treasure. Was it Treasure FM?
I don't start from the back. I strike in front.
Oh, you strike
No.
in front.
Shema IDP me. Let me play the
Show
game.
your IDP you have. Where is he saying this?
Let me play the game. I will play the game.
Okay. But I'm not going to say where you do it. Your IDP you
Now I
have.
don't understand.
You
Because
know why? 9 days I didn't coordinate.
That's the voice of Benjamin me now as well. Benjamin, good evening to you.
Ovie,
Yeah.
we are talking football.
Yes, of course we're talking football.
Good.
I have never diverted from that subject.
And it pains me that Osas is shying away from his position.
Natural position.
It's a natural position that I know that the man can play. So why are you coming out to now change? Now this thing make them sack Graham Potter with Chelsea. Yes. Yeah, can you be shifting someone's position to another place that the person does not know how to play? Anyways, good evening, guys. Good evening, sir.
Don't play. That's it. Don't play Michelle Alozie from the left or the right.
Tonight we go know if he plays her on the left or the right. I've also got Henry Gugu. He was already around in the first part. So you will hear his voice later on in the show. But it's going to be a blast today. It's going to be a blast this evening. The guys are already fired up, and I am fired up as well. Remember, you can also join in via the feedback platform. For the SMS and WhatsApp portal, it's 0810. Oh, it's 07019339960. That's for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. 07019339962. And for the phone line, it's 0810-9510951.
The OV.
Yeah.
Not forgetting the NFF elections.
Yeah, the election.
Forms are out.
Yeah, the forms are out. We'll
And I
discuss that.
want us to open a GoFund account. Or SAS needs to buy the presidential.
No.
fund.
It's Henry.
No.
It's Henry. You were not around that day in the studio. It was not Henry that was saying he would do.
No. If you can open a GoFundMe and people will go, I'll run. No.
When you are running and opening, anything you are opening and you are running, be rest assured that when they come for you, you could be cooling somewhere in the prison where you cannot account for the monies in the GoFundMe account.
I'm saying we are the money for the GoFund account is for the election. The NFF
How much
election.
is the form?
The form is for the presidential position. For the president position is ₦1 million.
It's small.
It's small.
For the vice
there was somebody
president is 800,000.
There was some.
Chairman of chairman 600,000.
600,000.
Ordinary member 500,000. Very cheap.
I saw somebody. I saw someone that went.
I'm gonna be your salary. 1.5. Oh boy, I bet 1.5 million.
Or sounds go buy me one fast.
Getting me 1 month. Buy a month don't end already. Month don't end already. Go buy
Month
a.
don't end. Now to buy for she just buy.
Ladies and gentlemen, officially, I am debunking whatever has been said right here. I don't want my billings to rise.
Yes, I support you.
If I buy from now, this 2026.
Yes.
I become NFF president
for 2030.
2038 in the United States will win the World Cup.
Power.
Mark my words.
All right, so you already heard, guys. It's going to be a blast. So, if you're ready and I'm ready, let's dive into the action this evening. Yes, the Super Falcons, that was them in the locker room already praying and trying to bring the heavens down for what's going to happen later this evening, because by 9 p.m. at the Al Medina Stadium in Rabat, Group C match, it's going to be Super Falcons against Zambia in a must-win clash. Now, for the Super Falcons, they lost to debutants Malawi, a shock defeat 3-2. For Zambia, they beat Egypt 6-0. Brabra Banda getting 4 goals and an assist in that match. And now, it's all for the 10-time champions. It's all at stake for the 10-time champions. 13 editions of the WAFCON since 1991. They've appeared in all of them. They've won 10 of those editions. And for the first time, they could be knocked out in the group stages if they do lose this match to Zambia. Can it happen? In the last 2 editions of the WAFCON, Nigeria beat Zambia twice. They've beaten Zambia 3 times, in fact. And the last 2 editions, they've beaten them twice. But it's a different Zambia this time. And some say it's a different Super Falcons this time. And the question is, can they get past this hurdle? As simple as that. Osas, Super Falcons must win clash against Zambia tonight. It's all at stake here. A loss tonight likely ends a title defense. And that 10 stars could be packing.
It will still be 10 stars. It will still be 10 stars. Nothing happens to the 10 that we've gotten.
It will still be 10 stars, but 10 star crashing out in the group phase.
It doesn't remove any of the stars from the 10. It doesn't do that. So it's still the same 10 stars. But the truth here is that it's, I think this is one of the most important games the Super Falcons of Nigeria would be playing in recent times. They came up against Zambia in the 2024 edition, and Zambia were beaten by 5-0. Same players were involved there. Same top players. Babra Banda was there. Rachel Kudan Nanji was also there. We have Grace Chanda was also in that particular team also. But the Super Falcons found a way to get past that Zambian side, a side that was in form at that period. So one thing with the Super Falcons, when they come under pressure, they tend to perform. This particular Super Falcons team, I can't forget the 2024 final against Morocco. They went 2 goals down, and it looked like it was all over. And they were able to find a way back in that one to win that particular encounter 3-2, thanks to that winning goal from Echiegini. Yes, Jennifer Echiegini in that particular one. So I think they can really find a way. I followed through what happened with the squad yesterday, some training sessions, an hour for the media to see, and the rest was behind closed doors, as they usually say. I don't know what's up the sleeve there for Justin Madugo, but his outfit says it all in that training. The man was fit and ready, totally kit for that particular encounter that's talking about the Super Falcons up against Zambia. And I think he understands that this is time for serious business. How serious can the Super Falcons get? Number one, up front, you must bring in somebody who is lethal right from the beginning of this show. If Uche Nakaru is the one to lead the lines today, let her lead the lines. I think Gift Monday is also part of that squad. Ihezwe was not really instrumental up front in the first game against Malawi. So I think something else should come in. Asisat Oshola has a lot to play in this particular game. I'm not going to say start her, but make sure that you bring her in when experience is needed. You must trade on her experience. Yeah. I think when the waters are calm, when we're ahead of the game, she should be able to come in. If you want to play two women up front, you play 2 women up front. She's going to stand in very well as that top striker to open the spaces for the likes of let's say what's her name? What's the name of this girl? The Esther Okoronkwo from the wings. Yes, she'll open up spaces for her to play her in. Then if you want to have Uche Kalu join her up front, fine. She will also play pretty well with her. Then in the midfield, Ayinde didn't give me much to Savo in the last game. I think the powerhouse herself should be brought into this particular encounter. You need more strength in that midfield. I'm talking about Deborah Abiodun. She should be brought into that one. You could see that in the last game, Rashidat Ajibade suffered a lot because Ayinde was not. There is something Deborah Abiodun brings in that midfield. She brings strength. She brings agility. Every other midfielder can comfortably play their game because they understand that she can double duty at any point in time. That's one thing she has that Ayinde doesn't have, and it was quite clear against Malawi because the Malawians were more agile than the Super Falcons. Maybe that game, you could also say what contributed to it was the fact that the Super Falcons underrated the Malawian side. They saw that side. Now look at the mind game that the Malawi coach played before that game, asking the Super Falcons not to beat them silly. That was just to water down whatever the Super Falcons would have kept in stock for the Malawians, and it paid off for him. So they should understand that mind games also work. Stay focused on what you have right in front of you. So that's one. Then, just like what Somtu said, where is Michelle Alozie playing? I saw her played. She was being played as the left back since Ashley Plumte wasn't there, and her natural position is right back. That is where she effectively walks from. So deploying her to the left side of the defense should open up so much of spaces. I think that was the Chawinga sisters exploited from that particular position very, very much. So I think some of these things, Justin Madugo should have looked at it. He should have understood that he needs to correct these mistakes. Then Tony Payne should be another one that he should look at starting, because when she came in the last game, she brought some life to that midfield. So start your best legs, start your most prolific forwards, and try to get control of the game as early as possible. Do not allow the likes of Rachel and Barbara to get into the game and take hold of that game. You saw what Barbara did against Egypt. Resounding performance there from her. But I know it's not going to be quite easy against Nigeria. Then what's happening within our central defense and our goalkeeper? For me, I would have said Chiamaka Nazozie should be maybe dropped to the bench for Erhabo. should
For
be
who?
for a Habo.
Somebody we've not seen.
I don't know.
See, a lot of critics are going for Chiamaka with her performance. Yes, she made mistakes,
But she's still our best goalkeeper.
she's still the best goalkeeper. But shouldn't the defense also be put into question?
Yeah. The defense should be quite alright.
Okay, quickly.
Demihin and
Quickly, that defense was all over the place. There was no structure. I know people are talking Chiamaka, but I blame Madugu and the NFF for that loss because number one, that team was not properly prepared. Abiodun and was it Gift Monday came like 2 days before the 2 days before. Like, why are we kidding? As a Wednesday I did sports attack, they were not in camp. Their flight was delayed by this. They came in about Friday. WAFCON is starting on Saturday and they had to play on Tuesday. Like, why are we kidding? The preparations before playing, how many games did they play? How many games did they play together? Teams are running away from playing you, but Malawi beat you 3-2 in the same WAFCON. Why are we kidding? Let's tell ourselves the truth. That team lacked structure. There was no... It's Malawi. I don't care about the Chawinga sisters. It's Malawi, for Christ's sake. It is Malawi. That game should have been played in Malawi's half. Yes, you know the threat the Chawinga sisters pose, but that game you impose yourself on the game. The team failed or struggled to impose itself on the game. They couldn't string passes together. All those long balls are unnecessary. Keep the ball on the ground and play it. You're a better side than Malawi. You have better quality. It shows a team that was not properly coached. I will come out. From last WAFCON, I've been criticizing Justin Madugu. Even when he came out, is he CAF Women's Coach of the Year or whatever. I've always questioned Justin Madugu, and I've never been satisfied with Justin Madugu. And I'll keep on saying it. If we win this WAFCON, it's because of the sheer quality we possess over every other team on the continent. Because it's not rocket science. Okay, Shukiras can play as a left back, right? She's left-footed, and she was the best defender in the Serie A. You have Tosin Demehin there. You have Rufi Otimuro who can play there also as well. You put Michelle Alote that looked totally uncomfortable there. I mean, as a coach, even watching her in training, you should have known that she was uncomfortable in that position. You went and put her there. And Shukirat has been in camp for a long time. Why? Question, Ijamu Lucy starting. Very questionable call. Tony Payne has been in camp for a long time. Why not start Payne? She has more experience at that level and playing in the team. Why not start her? What was the rationale? Okay, Deborah Abiodu, you could make a case for Deborah actually not playing because she came late to camp. But I mean, since she has been in this team for a long time, you can actually just throw her in and slot her in at the end of the day. Let her play with Christy Ucheibe. I don't think Christy even started that game, sir.
Christy did not start that game.
He started at India and...
started Esther as a centre forward at some point.
No, if Esther Okoroko can play as a centre forward. Here's who as a supporting striker. Like, it was confused. The team was confused. The setup was confused. The coach was confused. That team will be. I mean, even showed when they were even putting the pressure. Finally, started trying to see how they can put the pressure well on Malawi. They scored 2 goals, but they left the goalkeeper very, 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 very exposed. They left the goalkeeper so exposed. So it's a problem. I don't believe in dropping Chiamaka and Nadozie. Please leave her as the goalkeeper. Let her stay there. She had the best save percentage in the WSL. She has been the best goalkeeper on the African continent for how many years, winning it? She even won it last year, didn't she?
Yeah.
So it can't just become bad in a couple of how many months. And even in those months, she was still you see had the best save percentages of all the goalkeepers in the Women's Super League in England. So let's not kid ourselves. A lot of things played a major role in what happened in that game against Malawi. The coach.
A collective.
The coach, those at the top,
he
takes 70% of the blame or 80% of the blame. Then the players, I'm disappointed because you're the Falcons, you're a bigger team. You should have still tried to impose yourself more. You should have still tried to show that superior. But like, I would also like to say, football is probably the biggest democracy you can ever get. Because no matter how big your names are, or you say the big names are, you go to the field and simply at the end of the day, and if you're just not good enough on the day, or your preparation has been shabby and poor, then it will show and you'll be beaten, and that's what happened to us. Now the problem is that we're playing Zambia. That game becomes tricky. You say, oh, South Africa will bounce back. South Africa drew with Ivory Coast. They had to, Hilda Magai had to score in injury time for them to even get a draw and to still keep their World Cup hopes alive. So what happened? Because I think Malawi will beat Egypt. That game should have started by now, right? It's starting by, is it 4 or 5? I will confirm. By 6, right? So I think Zimbabwe will beat Malawi might beat Egypt. And the funny thing is that Malawi going into the competition were not informed. Malawi were not informed going into this competition. That's the thing that even pisses me off the most about. They were not informed going into this competition. I was looking at their
friendly game. They were beaten by Ghana. They drew with Tanzania.
They drew with Tanzania.
We're also beaten by Tanzania.
They were beaten by
in return
Tanzania.
leg. Then they had that. They lost to India, lost to Australia. Malawi had been on.
They've not been in the best of one. That was they use shine.
They use that's the problem.
I was on a group arguing, like, oh, Malawi are a good team. I'm like, this team is not good. Yes, they have the Chawinga.
I think they see the truth is the Malawians or the Malawi coach understood that he couldn't go par for par against the Super Falcons, and he decided to make use of his strongest tools, and that's the speed and agility of Temba Chawinga up front there. Tabitha and Temba Chawinga up front there. Now, if you watch what they were doing, they were placing the ball. They understood that there was a gap between our goalkeeper and the central defense. Who played central defense for us? I know we had Ohale and Demian.
Which is the regular partnership.
The regular partnership, but I don't understand what happened to them on that particular day. They left lots of spaces between themselves and Chiamaka Nadozie. And what they just did, if you watch the Malawians in the second half, float the ball in between these central defenders. You will definitely draw Chiamaka. Then let's have the Chawinga sisters use the speed that they've got to get in the mix of all of that. That was exactly what they did, and that was what gave them those 3 goals. The same thing happened all through. So I think that should be corrected now. Osinachi, Ohale, and Demin should be looking at how to partner properly. There was a name I was looking for. What was her name that retired? Captain, central defender, Onomeibi. They should go back and look at Onomei's clips during her A days and understand how it is to play as a centre back for the Super Falcons. That's very, very important because see, they are the ones that will bring out the shine from Chiamaka Nadozie. If they fail again, she will be exposed. In as much as we want to drag her, the reason why I was dragging Chiamaka after that game and through that game till now is because I expected that she would have been a bit more agile. If she was a bit more agile, she would have kept out at least maybe 1 or 2 of those goals, and maybe would have been on balanced level, Sempa 2 or yes, she would have kept out 1 or 2 of those goals if she was agile enough. But I felt she herself had gained much weight. She wasn't really, I don't know if to say maybe what happened to them right there at the early stages of camping, which is the stealing of monies from some of the players, affected her mentally. I don't know if to say so because I know before that game I saw a video of her in bad shape. But I don't think as a professional that would have played in. But it was quite clear that Chiamaka was not herself. She wasn't as agile as she used to be. That sweeper role, she didn't do it really well for me. She didn't do it really, really well for me.
Super keepers have of this.
I looked at her and I looked at Manuel Noah doing.
Why?
I know he has had off days, but at least don't pick today to have off day.
Well, you don't off days.
Well, I'm still sticking with you now, Osas. There's a lot of arrows being thrown at Chiamaka, as I've said. As I've also said, shouldn't the defense, Oali, Demehi, Alozi, Oladipo, shouldn't they also be called into question for letting those passes slip by them? And is it also a fact that we are missing Ashley Plumpton? Yeah, because last WAFCON, we only considered 3 goals.
3 goals, yes.
Now we considered all the 3
in one game.
in one game.
So I think we're missing her. That's her ability to hold on. She's very rugged. You might look at her to be the Oibo. What do we usually call her? The Oibo, our Oibo. Yes, but she is very rugged. She's very tactical in her defending. Very tactical. That's where she trumps Michelle Alozie. She's very, very tactical. Go and watch Ashley Plumpton. When she retreats perfectly well. When she advances perfectly well. She adds bodies into the midfield for the Super Falcons. That's what we are missing in this particular WAFCON. So that's one of the reasons why you are seeing things happen the way it is like this. But I think there are many players on that bench that could come in and do the same thing. Yes, if asked to. There are many players that could come in and do the same thing. If you're looking for somebody to play left back, Rafayat Imouran, yeah, she plays in the midfield, but she's a left that she could also do that. We've seen her do it a couple of times. It's one huge thing that we must understand and must look at doing at this point. We also have Sikari to Issa. We saw her in the last WAFCON. Very brilliant defender. She could also debutize in there. Then I think that could be the key to unlock what is left of that central defense right there. I was looking through the team and I saw Francisca Odega. I think a match like this is where we would be needing Francisca's experience towards the end. She still has it within her. Right wing play, very, very important. I think she should be factored in towards the end of the game if we are controlling the game towards the later stages of the game. She comes in, she does what she knows how to do best with her experience. So I think all of these should be things that Justin Madugo should have looked at, correct the wrongs. We had lots of wrongs against Malawi. We were not supposed to lose that game. We had lots of, most especially when we had that penalty. Immediately we had that penalty and it was converted by Rashidat Ajibade. I felt, even with 5 minutes on the clock, the Super Falcons of Nigeria can turn this around. I felt so. But all of a sudden, the same thing, 3-1, and now 3-2, it ended. So I think all of these wrongs should be corrected. Let's see a different Super Falcons. I know in the last WAFCON, who did they play in the very first game? It was difficult for them. Tunisia, yes.
They went to this, is it 3-0?
Was it 3-0 in that first game? I know there was a game that was a bit tight.
It was Tunisia.
3-0. The second game was the one that was tight. Botswana. 1-0. It was tight. So I think that was where Rinshala Babajide came in with her brilliance from the flanks. So you should also look at that. I think they should go look at how they have played in the past against some very strong oppositions and look at how to maybe do a replica of what was done in those days. And I think, they can get their the World Cup dreams back on track.
Benjamin, now the head-to-head is being used as a reassurance for everyone. You could say the Malawians, we didn't have any history before meeting them at that first match group stage where they actually did beat us 3-2. But against Zambia, we have quite a history between them. 3 wins in 4 meetings. 15 goals scored against them, 1 conceded. But it's a different Zambia than we faced last time, where we charged them 5-0. It's a very different Zambia. This time they built their team around Barbara Banda. She has got 4 goals. She's got an assist. She's got that momentum riding on them. Zambia have got that momentum riding on them, and they need as much as a win to at least secure their spot. A draw is also fine, but a win for sure secures that spot into the quarterfinals, and they look more motivated. They look more dangerous than ever. For you, should the head-to-head be a reassurance against an informed Zambia? And maybe you could say, yes, it was just the Malawians were just an anomaly we didn't expect.
Well, if Zambia, excuse me, if Malawi can do it, Zambia can do more. That should be what is ringing in the heads of the Zambians right now, because they would have to take it or leave it. They would have to borrow some things that the Malawians did that made the Super Falcons, crumble. And I just feel that head-to-head, quite good going into games, but it's not the best thing to rely on, because it could fail you just like the game against Malawi turned out. Yeah, the Malawians are the debutants, debutants into this competition, and they showed that, yeah, they can be the underdogs. They can actually hurt the Super Falcons, and that's what they did. So, I feel, yeah, Zambia, we have a very good history, rich history against them in terms of football. So I just feel that it shouldn't be something that we rely on, because just go there, play the game, do the best you can. But if you get to rely on stats, I know stats helps, games helps you sometimes dictates the outcome of the game in most cases. But in cases like this, especially when you've lost your first game, we are still trying to figure out the cause of that first loss, the first group game loss against Malawi. Then why would you want to rely on that? I just feel that what you need to do is put on your best armor, just be at your best, bring your A game into the table, and then on top of the table, and see how you can actually rewrite history at this point in time. Because if we lose this game against Malawi, against Zambia, trust me, we are crashing out. So I just feel that what we need to do is take your eyes off the history book. Yeah, at this point in time, take your eyes off the history book. What you need to do is see how you can actually go and, get the best out of the game. So history is good. Like I said, history is fine, it's good, but it's not the best time to look at the history book. The history book favors Nigeria, even against Malawi. But we lost.
We had no history against them.
When I talk about favoring Nigeria, 10-time winners, Malawians, debutants. So it favors you. Going into that game, see, if you sit in your house, you look at it and say, the Super Falcons will beat Malawians, the Malawians 4-0, 5-0. Because they are the defending champion, you know what the Super Falcons can bring on the table. But that's not the case. So take your eyes off the history book. Go there, look at it as if we get to lose this game, we are out of this competition. Let's give our best. And it's against Zambia. Zambia are an informed team. Even when we are beating them, they look stronger. Because it's more or less like the physical game. They rely on the physical the physical game, and then the combative kind of football, and then use the pace and experience of the likes of Banda and then what's her name there. So I just feel that what we need to do is go all out like the wounded lions, trade with caution, and then see how you can get all 3 points. If not, if you keep looking and relying on the history book, I think we are not ready to move out of the group stages.
Henry, from a tactical standpoint, how do you find an answer for Barbara Banda, especially with that form, or with the form she's had? How can Super Eagles handle a player of that profile? And should Justin Madugu stick with the proven names, because we're talking about people replacing people, should that be the next step? Maybe not stick with the proven names, but
we stopped Barbara Banda the last. She hasn't scored. I don't think she has scored against us.
She hasn't.
She hasn't. So we've always made it a habit of knowing how to stop her. So, but I don't know if that will continue now, especially when you look at that defensive display in the first game. And this Zambian coach is quite very attacking. What's that her name? Her name skips my mind now. She's quite very attacking. The Zambian coach. She's quite very attacking. So, I don't know if we can, but I think we just have to wait and see. But if we have that, put up that defensive display, she will score 2 goals at least. It's not. If we put up that same sort of defensive display again, that team has to be better organized, and they were organized when we played at the last WAFCON. So we just have to continue.
Her name is Nora Haptun.
Nora Haptun,
yeah.
And she's British.
Yeah.
So, and she was like, we don't know how to draw games. We either win or lose. They go for it. So. Let's see what Justin Madugu and all that stuff, and what they if they feel, how they do approach the game at the end of the year. I can't give you a question to say we can because of what I saw in the first match. If it has come back by Banda.
But what should Justin Madugo be setting up differently from what he did against the Malawi game? Is it a point of we really underestimated them, as some are saying? Because I think if a mouse fights a lion, no matter how the lion underestimates the mouse, the lion will still kill the mouse. So when you meet someone that is too strong, as I always see, everything is meaningless in front of someone that is very strong. No matter any trick or prank you pull, you still can't beat him. So is it a point of we really underestimated them? Because we've seen in Premier League, I know when you see teams just find a way to just pull themselves through, even if you say yes, they underestimated them, but they can still pull themselves through. Maybe the team can get 1 or 2 goals, but they're still able to pull themselves back and still win that game. What should Justin Madugo set up differently from that Malawi game? And if we really underestimate the Malawians,
like I said, impose yourself more on the game, better defensive and team organization and structure, and I think you're good to go. I don't think there's really much you can actually say about that because the quality is there. So let them be a better structure in the whole team, the setup and everything, because the team looks confused. You saw players popping all over the place, not knowing what they were meant to do or supposed to do. The team looked totally confused. That was basically it. So I just think it's just a better organization and structure, then we're good to go. Whatever organization and structure does, he decides to set up, that's up to him. When he now sets it up, I cannot be in a position to judge and determine whether that was the best or not. But I think we're in a situation whereby we have to go for this game. Even a draw might not be good enough, depending on what Malawi plays with Egypt this night.
Asas, if Nigeria fails to progress from this group, what does this typically mean for Nigeria women's football, the president, the coach position? As we all know, everyone is coming for Justin Madugo's head. What does it mean for the players and for the wider program when it comes to women's football?
I think number one, it means that other African countries are coming of age, and it's quite clear now that we cannot just rely on the brilliance of our team. We need to ensure that all areas are brought up to speed. More investment in the Nigerian Women's Football League, because right from the onset, that is where has always given us, that's where we have always gotten the talents that we used in building the reputation we have in female football in Africa as well as globally. It's just of recent where we started seeing the likes of Ashley Plumte, Michelle Alozie, Rinsala Babajide, Esther Okoronkwo, all coming from outside to join that squad. But a huge part of that squad was built right from here. So we need to go back to the drawing board and know that we have to reinvest. We have to up the ante when it has to do with investments in female football. Get back to the good old days where we churn out talents and talents that can come in and stay and hold their own right there in the Super Falcons. You could see, we just discussed about it, Ashley Plumte is in there. No formidable leg or woman to stand in her stead. Well, if it were to be before, the NWFL would always give you so many options coming from that left wing, and it's that's how it used to be, but there's that decline that we have noticed. So get back to it, make sure that you bring it up to speed. As I said before, if they fail to qualify, it simply states that Africa has woken up. Female football in Africa has woken up. So we must do more if we want to hold on to, as well said, just 3 countries have won the WAFCON. Nigeria winning 10, South Africa winning 1, and Equatorial Guinea winning the other one. So if you want to look at it that way, what we are seeing right now, Morocco is hugely trying to break into that position, also winning one of the Women's African Cup of Nations. So if the Super Falcons are not there, I think the Moroccans will look at themselves and say they are the outright favorites to go up and win this particular one. Algeria is not doing badly. I saw that game between Morocco and Algeria, and it showed that the Algerian side that came in last edition is an improved Algerian side this period. So you could see what Tanzania did, shocking former champions South Africa 2 goals to 1. It's no mean feat to do that. We've seen what Malawi has done. So African female football is coming up to speed. We understand that also. For the coach, Justin Madugo, just lay your head on the chopping board because you need to go. Obviously, I share the same sentiment with Henry when he stated that right from the last, he's not been. I think even the last WAFCON, we had to win that WAFCON based on the brilliance of the players, the individual brilliance the players put up in that particular WAFCON. You could see the likes of Jennifer Ekiagini was in blistering form through that WAFCON. Michelle Alozie was beautiful with those lob balls that she drops into the 18-yard box. We could also see Rinsola Babajide, Esther Okoronkwo was just something unplayable within that throughout that tournament. So it wasn't actually the brilliance of Justin Madugo. So I think if it happens that he doesn't go through, we've seen the likes of Thomas Deneby at some point. We've seen so many Super Falcons coaches come, both foreign and Randy Waldrum, yes, both foreign and local. We've seen at some point Edwin Okon also was in that mix. So we get back to looking for the best leg, the best hand for these girls. Somebody that can tinker that team. Because with what I'm saying, you get to the FIFA World Cup. How do you hold your own against, I'm not talking about Spain this time, hold your own against the likes of Netherlands, the likes of Portugal are playing beautiful female football these days. Even Argentina is playing beautiful female football these days. So I'm not even trying to call those who are high and mighty, the likes of England, the likes of Spain. I'm looking at even those who are just below that. How do you hold your own against them? It's going to be a very, very difficult one to do. So you need that tactical input from a manager or a coach. And if he's not getting it right, you just must look for someone else. We had that same feeling with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and all of a sudden now it looks like, okay, we are beginning to settle because we've got someone. It's not too far-fetched. He just synced with the team, synchronized with that team very well, and it's looking like this is the best man for the job. Yeah, you can also get somebody like that for the Super Falcons that can bring out the best in this player. So I think that's, for me, for the team, more work. For the administrators, you have to look back and make sure that you go back to how it used to be. For the coach, as you finish, just move away and I think honorably he should resign. Shouldn't wait for the NFF to sack him. Honorably he should resign if he fails to qualify for the World Cup. Yeah.
All right, Benjamin, now a win, does that vindicate Justin Madugu and his choices, his selection choices, if he does win comfortably? Now, I'm saying comfortably because we all know the threat Zambia is posing at this point, but a comfortable win against Zambia, like likewise, let's say we do what we did to them last at the last WAFCON at the knockout stages. The first 1-0, and then the second leg 5-0. A comfortable win like that, does that vindicate Justin Madugu and his selection choices?
Well, I for one have been part of those that haven't rated the man. I've not rated him highly, even if he won the WAFCON last time out. I am still part of those that feel that this team is being built by Randy Waldrum. Even if the man did not win anything, I think the man builds the team. This is when the man maybe it's time for him to start reaping the fruit of his labor, but didn't go as planned. So I just feel that for Justin Madugu, even if he gets to win this game, yeah, it's about winning the game. Fine, you win the game, but winning this game does not justify the fact that the man is not good enough for the Super Falcons. Yeah, he won the 10th WAFCON. Yeah, fine. Yeah, but I just feel that win it's boiled down to the brilliance of the players that we've got on the team. So I still ask myself, why will you go and start experimenting on a team that used to win the WAFCON last time out? Playing Rashida Tajibade out of position, playing few players out of their positions and all that. So I just feel that, yeah, if we get the win, good and fine, but still doesn't take the fact that the man is poor tactically. Yeah, because we are not just looking at the WAFCON. The WAFCON is an opportunity for us to qualify for the World Cup. So if you qualify for the World Cup, if we are struggling against the likes of Malawi, like Osa said, what if we get to the World Cup and how are we going to be faring against the big teams or the teams that are just coming up? It's going to be messy. So for me, I just feel that, come on, after the WAFCON, the man should just leave so that we look for a better coach. We've talked about this in the Super Eagles until we've got Eric Chelsea. If you don't get if you don't relieve these young coaches like this, you don't get to get the best. So for me, I think after the WAFCON, the man should just leave, and then maybe we get a good coach. But if he's leaving, we should get an upgrade. It's not about leaving and then going to get a manager that is worse than what we have right now. Get an upgrade that if we qualify for the World Cup, it's going to take us to the World Cup. And we are done seeing Nigeria leave the World Cup in the group stages and all that. So we want to progress. We want to see progress in the Super Falcons. We've got the players. We've conquered Africa. Let us make a claim at the World Cup. And we can't do that with coaches like Justin Madugu.
All right, it's time to get you guys your thoughts on the results for this match. I'll start off with you, Osas. Now, Zambia, Super Falcons, the Copper Queens. Can they redeem themselves? What's the scoreline for you?
I think I see a 2-1 win for the Super Falcons. Yeah,
a 2-1 win for the Super Falcons.
It's not going to be like the last time, but I think a 2-1, a slim 2-1 win in favor of the Super Falcons.
All right, Benjamin, you as well.
Well, it's going to be a difficult game. Well, for me, I think I see a 3-1 win for the Super Falcons. It's going to be a very cagey game from the start, but the players from the bench will do the work for me. 3-1.
The players from the bench. Somto is still in the studio, so Somto, I'll just get your thoughts quickly on the results for this match. How do you see this match ending? Can your wife advance to the next round? Okay.
They will get the win. Yeah.
All right.
I think 3-0 just does the trick.
3-0 does the trick. Does Mitchell score?
No, she won't.
She has not promised you anything if she scores. Or you not promise her anything if she scores.
I can't do that right now.
All right.
I told her I don't believe in girlfriends.
Oh man, it's girlfriend's day, but yes. So my sister.
I really want to ask something.
Yeah.
Is it a national holiday?
It's a national holiday saying that girls should give presents to girls. Girls should give girls presents. It's all between girls.
Okay, between ladies. All right.
It's all between ladies. But no, Nigeria, our thing always is different. Now, so my staff me, have you bought something for? I said no. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You want go and buy for her. Leave me alone. All right, time to head to the phone lines. Let's get your thoughts on this as well. 0810-951-0951 and 0701-933-996. The Super Falcons take on Copper Queens of Zambia this afternoon. How do you see the match turning out? Should Comfort Ehabo start in goal instead of Chiamaka and Adozie? What tactical change should Justin Madugu do to the lineup? And Nigeria, if they do get knocked out of this stage at the WAFCON, what's your thoughts on the state of Nigerians women's football? 0810-951-0951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 0701-933-9962. Hello, colleague. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, this is.
This is PH Ambassador calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on.
See, I don't know if I thought that. See, Madugo is not a coach. For me, I don't even. I'm not even. I don't even want that man to even stay even beyond AFCON. Because when I won that game against Malawi, the Malawi coach that game became first at 0-0. Malawi coach went and watched the game and saw that our defense was shaking. So he made it practically that they're sending all the balls to the Kalinga sisters. What did Madugo do? Nothing. He just stand there like three boys watching the game, even when the game was going wrong. He can't even read the game. He can't even do any this last after that Nigeria won.
Calm down.
That man, no. That man is on for Super Falcons. He should leave that job.
Calm down.
I'm not even sure they will win today. People are saying 3-1. See, they can't win. They can't win Zambia today. I'm telling you, they can't win Zambia today. Just watch it.
It's like we'll buy NFF presidential form for you before we leave the studio. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin.
All right, not the Benjamin Mina we have in the studio here. All right, Benjamin, go on.
Those are a few questions. First of, when Caloni of Argentina won the World Cup in 2022, after losing to Saudi Arabia,
Hello, Benjamin. Please, could you speak up? We're finding it hard to hear you.
I think when
Better.
Caloni won his World Cup in 2022 with Argentina, was he a good coach or a bad coach? After losing it to Tunisia.
Scaloni wasn't a bad coach. If you look at the games he played before that World Cup, he was on a brilliant run getting into that World Cup, though he lost the first game against Saudi Arabia anyway.
When Cape Verde held Spain to a new draw, this same World Cup, was it bad coaching or good coaching?
I won't really say bad coach. I know where you're heading towards.
For me, I just feel that I hated the fact that we lost that game. That was clear. I hated the fact that we lost the game. But when I saw the formation, I saw that this man was trying to try something new, which was not meant to be done in a fresh tournament. Don't try new tactics because you've not made them before. This is not where you should try. You should try it in your friendly. Have several friendlies that you feel that NFF put together. You should have tried out of this tactics, which I felt bad, which I did not like it for. But you've lost that game. Can't carry over field Nick now. He has done wrong by losing that game. He has to win this game now. I just hope he does it. And I feel we should not, the backlash on, the downgrading on Aduku kind of so much. So to some extent, I believe he's not a top coach on here. But to some extent, he has come on and done what he did, what he has done. Even if I were a part of it, people who believe that Super Falcons last edition won the game by their own brilliance, part of it. But I think the fact that he's the one, the gaffer, he's the one there. We should just cut him some slack and not downgrading so low that, not a good coach and all that. So that's also what I have to say. I believe the girls can do the job against Zambia today. Thank you.
All right, thank you as well. 08109510951 070193399962. What's your prediction for the match this evening? Mine, it's by 9 p.m. at Rabat. The Super Falcons take on the Copper Queens of Zambia in a must-win match, if you want to call it, as they did lose the first match to Malawi 3-2. Some have come for the head of Chiamaka Nadosi. Some are going for Justin Maduku. The man has said it's a collective issue. It's collective failure from the whole squad, and no one should be picked out individually. Some have said drop Chiamaka Nadosi and start Comfort. Well, tonight we'll see if that does happen, and if that does happen, will it be the right decision or the wrong decision? 08109510951 0701933996. The guys have already given their predictions for the score lines or how they see the match ending. And for everyone, the Super Falcons advance to the next round of the WAFCON. Hello, colleague. Good evening. Please turn on the volume of your radio set. Yeah. Yes, go on.
I think on the Super Falcons, that's the state of the nation. And I think it's rubbing off on all areas of our sport. You can blame anybody for all you want. We didn't plan well. So why would the Jamaican and the coach and others have the federal government redeemed the pledge or promise they made for the former winners? So this is also have a psychological impact on the players who are playing. You are playing for a country that promised you something and not even fulfill it. Whatever it is, if they are coming back, let's come back. And we'll get our heart right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 0810-9510-951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 0701-933-9962. Take this call. Hello, colleague. Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, I greet you guys. Yes.
Yes, Kabula Barry, we greet you too.
Yes, Kabula Barry. Throughout today, I don't know. I don't want to talk. I don't want to call on this show because mostly this Nigeria issue. The thing they give me headache anytime when I sit down they talk about. Yes, because we don't know what will be the problem of our administrator, where they bring all these problems for us every time. and we go to talk. Then they use our talk as then just they count us as say anytime we don't tire, we go do anyhow. So you get yourself. If I get my way, I go say make them even lose today match, make them come back out, make them not still qualify for World Cup. Yes, now because see if they qualify for World Cup now, you see that go so way they there. He go start to the buga say now because of the better work, winning work, now make the girls then qualify. Me, I know they like make person when situation not they go well. If person hold something then he win, then I don't need them because our football not they go well. So as the men no go, make the woman no kuma go. If make we day 8 years, we no qualify, then things go better. Me, I no bother. But for us to say we will do all this our fire brigade, then we win. Things never go well, then we say we they do well, we they do well. And when we go outside, we can't embarrass ourselves. You see me? I know they like them. I don't tire for all these things where our administration, the administrator, they do us for this our football environment. And I don't know what to, because if I have my way, all those people, they know what they do. Me, I go arrest them by my hand because now only this thing, now only football, me, as I born for this Nigeria, now only this football and music, now be the only thing with me. And they get joy for this country. Any other thing, I know they get joy. So now when they know the situation, they give us joy now. They know they find way to kill us so that we go they start. But for me, they know if it make me start to now be the thing. But for the girls, I don't get any hope on them. If they go win, make them win. If they go lose, make them lose. If they don't qualify for the World Cup, make them not qualify. Help will not go for. They will not qualify. But if they not qualify, I don't know who will start all those men wait there for that house. Make another people come.
Kablo Barry, let's say we go buy you form before the show end.
Form.
We go buy you.
I don't need. I don't need the form because when I reach there, those men where they there, they will say they don't know me because my brother not be my brother not there for politicians. So you when you they stay there, you they talk for studio. When you don't reach there, they don't know me. So everything where they happen now, man no man for Nigeria. Unless they will say football will come up for this our politician. Make gonna buy me the form, I go collect. But as far as these politicians then they inside, I beg. Make gonna no carry me go there. Man, no go spoil my name, I beg.
Don't worry. 0810 9540 951 and 0701 933 996. That's for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is 0701 933 9962. For the phone line is 0810 9510 951. We've got someone from the SMS portal who says, I greet you, sports crew. My hope is still not yet lost in the ability of the Super Falcons to turn the table around. When the goings get tough, the tough gets going. As the Malawians defeated them surprisingly, they will equally surprise the Zambians tomorrow. Jenny from Bakana. Now, it's out turning to be a surprise if Nigeria does beat Zambia.
When the going gets tough, the tough get. When the goings get round. Yeah. Just bringing up my inner Billy Ocean. I don't know. Like it's, but funny enough, they could actually go and win this game. Is the opponent you actually think they'll lose against? They actually end up winning. But I think Nigeria's are, because the performance was appalling against. But I think it's not even that we lost. You can play so well. It's just like Spain against Cape Verde or Spain against Switzerland. Spain did everything right in those two games, in the two World Cups, the opening games of those two World Cups they won. But they just didn't win them. They just didn't win those matches. But this one, we did not do anything right. We didn't do anything right. The performance was appalling. So I think that's where the issue stands for. If the girls had played well, maybe we hit the woodwork 5 times. The goalkeeper made like 15 saves, we just couldn't explain. And they beat us 1-0. We can say, they can actually still go and do it. But this one, everything was just horrible. Everything about the performance, the play, everything was just horrible. And that's where the issue stems from.
All right, head back to the phone line 08109510951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 0701933996. I'll call it once again 08109510951 0701933996. Hello, good evening, welcome.
I thought that when I don't talk about Nigeria League, when they will start now, I want to know. Okay.
August 28th, they will start the NPFL.
Amen. Thank God I don't hear this. But I never see they convinced until they don't start that particular 28, and I will not say Nigeria League don't start. Yes, because I fear those people. Thank you.
Blowberry, you can also be convinced, be very convinced. I think the NPFL is making huge strides at this point. They are currently, I think that 2 days workshop in Enugu for marketing, Afrinvest, marketing and all of that. Yeah, it was concluded. So they are really putting in the shifts to ensure that everything gets back on track in the Nigerian Premier Football League.
All right, 08109510951 0701933996. Let's see if we can take one or two calls before we head over to talk some political issues in the Nigerian Football Federation with the elections coming up. 0810-9510-951 and 0701-933-996 to the Super Falcons, making it, or can they make it to the next round of the WAFCON? They've got Zambia coming up next. They trashed Egypt 6 goals to nothing. Barbara Banda getting 4 goals in that match and an assist. And for the Super Falcons, losing to debutant Malawi 3-2. And now they face group leaders Zambia. Can they get a most needed win, or they crash out? Possibly. All right, the NFF Electoral Committee has set 27th of September in Lafia for its executive committee elections, but the process is already drawing accusations of being engineered towards a predetermined outcome. Incumbent President Ibrahim Musa Gusau has collected endorsement from 4 of Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones before the campaign period has even opened, while challengers Shegun Sholanke and Prince Harrison Jala say the timetable and an unpublished electoral code make a genuine contest unlikely. Sholanke has declared his candidacy on a promise to end Nigeria's World Cup qualification drought after back-to-back misses in 2022 and 2026. Jala has gone further, refusing to take part in what he calls an undemocratic and predetermined process. It looks like Osas, and Benjamin, the political game is already coming into play. As we do see, Ibrahim Musa Gusau going in for another term. Solanke, the only contender. I thought Harrison will actually put himself on that route as well to contest, but especially with coming out criticizing the government, criticizing the NFF, you expect he too would want to come out and try to change things. He was the person that said he was going to sue CAF. Was it CAF or NFF? He said he was going to sue them, and well, we don't know how that turned out, but you expect this to be a big step with all the activist duties he's been trying to do. But your take on the whole electoral process? Some saying it's already been predetermined, as they've already called it, as Jala has called it, and says they should boycott the election.
Well, I think the process, like Harrison Jala said, he's been hijacked. The man is feeling cheated at this point in time, but well, you saying it should be boycotted, then it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem because we know how dragging this process is going to take, because it's not about just yourself because you feel cheated or you feel aggrieved. You're going to say it should be scrapped or it should be boycotted. No, that's your own opinion, though. Excuse me. It's not something that should be done. Again, it's politics, and whether I like it or not, the man is the incumbent. Talking about Ibrahim Musagu, so he's the incumbent here at this point in time. So, yeah, people are going to be saying things. Yeah, people. It's not everybody that's going to like you. Yeah. So, he's Harrison Jala is talking from the angle of I'm not comfortable with this man being the NFF president, and I don't see him as a man that deserves the second tenure. Yeah, if you feel he doesn't deserve the second tenure, go possess your form and then be a contender. It's not about talking from the side. We've gone past the stage where where people will sit down somewhere and say, I don't like this man. If it were to be me, I would have done it better. Go and get the form and then see how you can run for the election, and just maybe you get to win, and then let's see something different that you're going to be doing. For Musa Gusso, he's that man that, he's the incumbent, like I said earlier. He's going to be the front runner, according to Nigerian politics, yeah. And this is politics in football. So the incumbent is always the front runner. He's always the favorite at some point until he loses the elections and then vacate the seat or maybe go to court or whatever. But for me, I think for Harrison Jala, I felt that he was supposed to get the form instead of talking from the sidelines. There's one thing being a fan, talking as a fan. If you think you can be a better coach, go and get the requirement and become a coach. So for me, the elections, yeah, that's his opinion for him for them to boycott the election. But I don't think the election is going to be proper for the election to be boycotted, because we've not really had any tangible reason to do that. So for now it's just speculations. Yes, but the election for me should be done and dusted so that we get to look at the next step in Nigerian football. We are talking about the future of Nigerian football here, because if the election, if the NFF is in crisis, due to the elections, we are not going to be having the players and whoever is associated to, not just the players, football in Nigeria, people associated with football in Nigeria would not be concentrating, because the glass house is already in crisis. So for now, the election date have been fixed, venue have been fixed. We're looking forward to the election. If you know the sales of form are out, if you know you're not comfortable with Ibrahim Musago, so go get the form and contest with him. If you win, come and do something different from what he has done or what he's doing. So for me, no boycotting of the elections.
Osas, yeah. Now, so 4 geopolitical zones have already endorsed Gusau. The campaign hasn't even started yet. Some are saying it's unusual in the Nigerian Sports Federation. Some are saying it's a standard practice. This is normal. We already have, I think, the southwest, the northwest, the southeast, and the north central zones already unanimously have adopted Gusau as his preferred candidate. For you, what's your take on that? Unfair practices or just a normal standard in politics? And
there's actually nothing wrong with geopolitical zones adopting Ibrahim. So this is still politics here, and the NFF elections is one wing of politics. The same way we have politics in the executive, politics in the legislature and all of that. It's still the same thing. Based on what they feel he has done in the past, they are looking at having him return. His incumbent, then having him return again to continue with the good works. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not illegal. But when it comes to a stage where you suppress the voices of those who speak against that process, that's where it becomes illegal, because not every person obviously, we are seeing it clearly, is in support of Musa Ibrahim. So that's what Harris Njala is talking about there.
But he says for him, this is looking like it's engineered towards a coronation.
Yes.
For Gusau.
Yes, that's what he's saying. Because now those who are supposed to speak against, those who have shown at one point or the other that they are not in support of Ibrahim Musa Gusau, they have been suppressed. According to Harris Njala, quite all right, you talked about him saying that the election should be boycotted, shouldn't hold. Number one, because it's sub judice. There is a legal process that is supposed to be done and dusted before you start. First off, Ibrahim Gusau's tenure, there's a legal process to it. They're in court based on how the elections went in the very first tenure in 2022. That has not been resolved, and you're running back for re-election. He said it shouldn't be. He should hold on and let the first tenure, let the court's order be given. Let that case be looked into. Then you can now decide to go again, because he's calling it a sub judice and should be legally blocked. So that's one. Then he also talked about the deliberate exclusion of football stakeholders, majorly former players, coaches, referees. He's looking at, these are the persons that actually have the passion for the game. The others, the state FA chairmen, they are partly, or would I say 70% politicians. You understand where he's coming from? They are 70% politicians. Those who will cry out from these brackets that he has called ex-players, coaches, referees, are those who are passionate. Let me not say passionate. Those who the game touches heavily. They usually say, the one who wears the shoe knows where it bites. These are the guys that have worn the shoe. They know where it hurts. They know where it breaks. They know exactly how it feels fixing your leg into it. The other guys who are like state FA chairmen are basically administrators, politicians. What they most likely do at times is they rechannel football structure to bring them profits. They channel it to their own personal gains. So he's saying, why try to exclude the people that can actually see the truth and speak? Those who can see black and call it black. Those who can see white and call it white. Why are you excluding them? And then number three, he also he said at this point, there is a huge decline, and it's quite clear. We did not go to the FIFA 2026 World Cup under Ibrahim Musa Gusau. We will not forget it. We won't forget it. If it's in other places in the world where things are done sanely, Ibrahim Musa Gusau is not even supposed to be the NFF chairman still sitting, let alone running for a second term. What are you running for? What are you running for?
Heavenly race.
Oh, okay. Benjamin said heavenly race. So I don't know. What exactly are you running for? It has been shambolic. At the echelon of it all, which is supposed to be the FIFA World Cup, the Super Eagles did not make it. Depending on what happens tonight, the Super Falcons could do a double. What I mean a double. Super Eagles did not go. Super Falcons did not go. Ibrahim Gusau is going. Where are you going to? Where are you going to? So these are some of the things that Harris Njala is talking about. Where are you going to? Your Super Eagles did not go to the 2026 World Cup. If care is not taken, your Super Falcons will not go to the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. And you are going to a second tenure in office. But you know, this is Nigeria. Nigeria is one place where people wholeheartedly commit evil and sit on top and give you reasons why they had to commit it. People wholeheartedly embezzle funds, bend the hand of just occurrences, and still sit and tell you the reason why they decided to bend it. So in a normal setting, Ibrahim Gusau is not even supposed to look at run. He's supposed to resign and let someone else come in and try out. We've always seen cases where when it has to do with the NFF's elections, a lot of persons will be suppressed. We saw it even with the federation elections. I think that was early this year. In other sports, the NFF is one of the federations. It's the federation in football. We saw the elections in table tennis, elections in boxing, elections that's the Nigerian Boxing Federation. I think the only one that looked very easy, calm, went very well was the Nigerian Wrestling Federation, NWF, because champion Captain Daniel Igali knew that his tenure was, in fact, before the expiration of his tenure, he had already started preparing those that would take over.
Yes, true.
He had already, power should not be intoxicating. Power should not be, I get them and I will get it forever. You should understand that you are there to serve. You serve. If you're done, let someone else try. That is why it's called our fatherland. It's not your father's land. So it's a simple thing. You could see how the Nigerian Wrestling Federation, it all went, because Captain Daniel Igali understood that I've held this position, I've done my bit. Before the end, he started preparing for who he will give it. That was why it went seamlessly. There were no quarrels. But we had issues of those who were to contest shouting that the NSC is trying to victimize them. They are taking the election from where it's supposed to be to Abuja. Crime foul and all of that. It is because we tend not to follow due process. We are seeing the same thing in basketball these days, the MBBF.
I think it's just the hunger to hang on to power.
Hang on to power. Musa Kida,
it's just the hunger to hang on to power.
There.
That's just
He's been there.
That's just it.
Now it's over his period, as said by the others. We're looking at October. October is not far. He's not looking like who wants to leave. It might get into another court case. That's what we are seeing with the NFF. Because now, when one has not been settled and you do another, maybe force yourself because you know those who are high and mighty and you come in, would end up going to courts. When we go to courts, you are not stable enough to do what you're supposed to do. There is one thing that trumps electoral processes or appointments, or call that those who are in elected offices. One thing that trumps their functioning, court cases. Because when there is a court case, you can't sit properly to see through the administration of your tenure. So Nigerian football is not in a level now where we'll start running around court cases, because when we run around court cases, we are only washing our dirty linen in public. It could get to a point where FIFA might even have to intervene, and if they intervene, bans will come. The federal government might have to intervene, and if they intervene, bans will come. We are struggling to survive in football. We are struggling to survive. Believe me. We're struggling to survive. Then you decide to put a nail to the coffin by sheer greed. I want to hold on to power. I want to hold on to power by all means. I don't see it as, if you do well, the people will sing your praises. If you do well, you will go on. We have heard unopposed before. You will go unopposed when people see what you are doing. This particular administration has been smeared by so much of negative aura, negative news. I think as a sensible person, the very first thing you just do is step away, at least to save your face. But he still wants to go, fine. But if you want to go, let it be a level playing ground. Do not victimize. Do not shadow others. Do not shut others up. Let them have their say. Let the best man go to the ballot. Make it an open, clean, and fair process. Let the best man go to the ballot. If you win, you win. If you don't win, you step aside also. So I think that's where it is. You asked me a question if vetting him is okay even before the campaigns. You don't need campaigns to vet anybody. If I'm the NFF president, if I happen to be the NFF president for the past 4 years running, and the Super Eagles go to the World Cup, you see that there is an administrative imprint on them. They get to the semi-finals. just like how Morocco did. The Super Falcons win the WAFCON, go to the World Cup, get to the semi-finals. You see our youth teams, the under 17 are back on stage, winning the AFCON and going to the under 17 FIFA World Cup. The same with the Flamingos, the same with the Flying Eagles, the same with the Falconets, the same with the under 23. You begin to see everything working in football. The NFF is a top notch. Now we see the top 50 leagues in the world. The NFF is not even part of it. You see the NFF growing to becoming the top 20 teams leagues in the world. If I tell you I want to go for a second tenor, would you not, even without me campaigning, even without me even buying the form, would you not buy the form for me to go for a second tenor? You will buy the form for me to go for a second tenor. So there's nothing wrong with anyone vetting anybody and saying we give you our support, go for it. But what I'm saying is, do not do it at the expense of those who will say no to it. Let everybody have a level playing ground.
Speaking of level playing ground now, Benjamin, Shagun Sholanke, the person we think to be the other candidate, he's already declared himself for presidency. He's not bought a form yet. We don't know when he'll buy a form. But Harrison Jala says he can't do this because he's undemocratic, and the process for him is predetermined, and a contest will be unlikely. We've talked about a playing field. Is the field level enough for you with Shegun Sholanke coming up to vie for presidency? He says Nigeria will qualify for the World Cup with him in charge. I'm sure we've heard that before. It's not the first time. But he says that is his plan. Shegun Sholanke, Ibrahim Gusau, they could be going head to head. But for you, is it?
I'm seeing that there is an Ahmed Shaibu Garagombe also contesting. Yeah, I just want to bring it in so that you understand.
Yeah, but these are the two front runners.
Yeah, Shegu Sholanke, I don't know if he will be able to scale through the restrictions, because in the last NFF Extraordinary Assembly that was held in Yanagua, there were some amendments that were made to the NFF statutes that states that under the amended rules, individuals who are not actively part of the current inner Congress or explicitly represented by its face near impossible hurdle, or explicitly represented by it, will face near impossible hurdle of getting on the ballot. So you can see that Ahmed Shaibu Garagombe is the former chairman of the Gombe State Football Association, and is also a seasoned sports consultant. So he's in and around that circle, because if you are a state FA chairman, you are also part of that current Congress. So for what's his name? The second person you just called, Shegun Sholanke, I don't know if he's I would definitely look into him, but that could also be a limitation for him, because it's one thing to declare, it's another thing to be very much eligible to vie for that position.
All right, let's see if we can head over to Benjamin. As I was saying, is it going to be a level playing for you? Does it look to be as predetermined as Harrison Jala has been claiming? Also, as they say, it should be a level playing field. What your work should show the candidates, should show Nigerians, should show everyone that yes, I deserve to go for a second term. And you look at his opponents, is a context really unlikely?
Well, looking at it, if there's a credible candidate, going into this election, contesting with the current chairman, Ibrahim Musa Gusso, I feel that, Musa Gusso shouldn't be, winning the elections, because I feel that Musa Gusso, as far as I'm concerned, that's me talking, haven't really done much. Because looking at his tenure, how many the Nigerian national team, that's the Super Eagles, have not gone to the World Cup. They have not won the Nations Cup. What did they do? 2 Unity Cup. That's for me. I think that's nothing compared. It's nothing to even talk about. We should be ashamed talking about that. Super Falcons, yeah, they won the WAFCON. What else? The under 17 haven't gone to the World Cup. They've not gone to the World Cup. I'm talking about the male. Yeah, they've not gone to the World Cup. Yeah, the Flamingos just qualified for the World Cup. Yeah, so I feel the man haven't really done much to be deserving the second tenor. But looking at the other contestants, I feel they have little or no achievement, whatsoever. But the thing is, yeah, they've not been in they've not held the same office that Musa Gusso is holding. So for me, I feel that those that are contesting with him, for now, I don't think they're contesting with him because they've not bought the form. It's when you buy the form that we can truly talk about you, that you're contesting with Musa Gusso. As it stands, Musa Gusso is the only person that we know that is contesting because he has gotten his own form. Shegun haven't gotten his form. What's his name now? Harrison Jala said he's not going to get the form. So why are you're not going to get the form? Why are you talking about the election? Why are you saying, yeah, you've made your point because there's an issue, there's an existing issue in the tribunal that's in court prior to this, the first tenure of Ibrahim Musa Gusso. That is not being decided by the courts. The court have not given a ruling. Yeah, we know about that. But you coming out now saying it's not for you, it's not you're not buying the form. See, it is good to sit down and talk about Nigeria problem. Sit down, talk about it today, tomorrow, next tomorrow. But if you're not contesting, if you're not coming out to now look at a way of, okay, let me contest to see if I can change, I can be that change that I want the nation to be, you're just making noise. So come out, get the form. Let us now be seeing you as a fellow contestant or as an opposition. Because anybody can talk. I am talking. I can talk about Ibrahim Musa Gusso not fit to be the NFF president and all that. If I have the means, why am I not contesting? So that if I win, I get to do the right thing or do that thing that I feel that Gusso is not doing. So for me, other people are just there talking. They've not gotten the form. So I can't treat you as a contestant or as an opposition party when you've not gotten the form. Go get the form, So talking is cheap. Anybody can do that. So for me, I just look at it and say, see, whether we like it or not, Ibrahim Musa Gusso is the favorite because he's an incumbent. He's the incumbent already.
Osas, I just want to bring this. Shouldn't it be a time where we have someone like Mikel Obi coming? Because we've already they've thought that Mikel contest for the election. Now that it's time, should we be seeing Mikel Obi?
Why would you single out Mikel Obi at this point? See, the fact that you are a good footballer during your playing days does not pass for you being a good administrator. See, let's not mix these things. Most of the times, good footballers don't turn out to be good administrators.
I think someone Eto did okay with.
Good enough. You said okay. We know that the indomitable lions of Cameroon have not been the same since they went under Fekafot went under Samuel Eto'o Fields. You had it's one of the eras where they had so much of dirty linens, or the biggest of dirty linens in public for the Cameroon national team, the 2025 African Cup of Nations, where they had two different lists, one from Presido himself, the other one from the coach. We had coach come back here, don't go there, and all of that. So you can't really say. We've also had, okay, let's come back home. We're seeing what's happening with Enyimba Football Club of Aba, Nwankwo Kanu at the helm of affairs right there. Can you beat your chest and say this is good administration at its best? No, you can't say that. We've seen some of our ex-players try their hands out in certain areas. JJ Okocha, in Delta State. If he didn't do anything really significant. Yeah, so yeah, so it's one of those things that make you understand that former footballers, you being a former footballer, an A-list footballer during your playing days, doesn't pass for you being a very good administrator. So for Mikel Obi, I won't even throw him into the contest. Remember, I first asked you why single him out at this point. Mikel, if you look at his mindset, he has never tried out anything administrative. He's just with his Obi-Wan podcast. He's just doing his podcast. He has not even thought of picking up a pen and a paper and saying, let me try out something administratively. If you're talking about trying the likes of Nwankwo Kanu, the likes of Emmanuel Amunike, I was okay, fine, because all right, you could see that Emmanuel Amunike is the, I think, Heartland sporting director as well as coach. He doubles as that, so at least he has gone into some administrative corners. Nwankwo Kanu is actively in administration right there at the Enyimba. He has tasted the waters. Ahmed Musa is also he has become the general manager of Kanu Pillars. He has tested administration. So you can say these are the names that you can say, okay, come over and try out.
So we should bring Ahmed Musa to the
I'm not saying you should bring Ahmed Musa. I'm not saying you should bring Ahmed Musa, but what I'm saying is that it could.
We're not looking at an ex-international.
I don't even want any ex-international.
But shouldn't it be the people that know play the football should?
No, that's what I said. Those who play the football don't really know the administrative part of it. Football is different from
the administrators have actually been failing at that.
Are you seeing what Patrick Mosepe is doing with the Confederation of African Football?
He knows business.
That's a businessman in the making. Yeah, in as much as you want to criticize him for some reasons, I think I want to applaud him because the face, the pedigree, the quality of the African Cup of Nations has risen compared to what we used to see 2017, 2015, 2013, before 2013, let's say the 2002, 4, 6, 8. It has drastically improved because of that acumen that comes from a businessman. Yes, these are all businessmen. You could see the same thing in FIFA and what's happening with Giannis Infantino. And you say these are all businessmen. But it's not basically that you must be a footballer, a former footballer, for you to understand what football is. There's a huge line between football administration and practical football on the pitch of play. Yeah, you must understand both before, like, for example, the likes of Sheyi Olofinjana won't do badly if he's brought in. And even when you're bringing them in, you don't just surge straight to the Nigerian.
Said he's looking towards that direction. That's
Williams Trustekong.
Yes,
that's going to be in years to come because you need to go out and get some badges in administration. Exactly. You need to go out and get some badges in administration. The same way you have badges in coaching, that's the same way you have badges in administration, or would I call that certifications in administration, football, sports administration. You need to go and get those sports administration for you to be fit to handle it. Because then, secondly, when you come in, you grow in the game. You grow in the game. We talked about Austin JJ Okocha. Reasons why he didn't really do well, I believe also Nwankwo Kanu could be in that bracket, is because they just threw them straight, boom, to the number one spot, 001 administrator, boom. You didn't let them understand the game. It looked like Ahmed Musa is doing well because he took his time, got into director of sports before rising to GM. He was playing, he was observing before rising to become the general manager. That's one of the, but yet you could still see that the flaws are there. They had to make some changes this season. So it's quite clear. I think for the Nigerian Football Federation, just like what Benjamin said, let's call a spade a spade. Let everybody go down to the ballots. You sabi something, Abi? Carry and come. Anybody that wins the order, support, and let's move. If Ibrahim Musa Gusau wins clearly and without hitches, support him. Rome was not built in a day. In as much as we have listed out his shortcomings, we have also had cases where it was positive for him. The Super Eagles of Nigeria won the Unity Cup. The Super Eagles of Nigeria. No, the Unity Cup is also a competition to be won now. What are you saying? The Super Eagles of Nigeria
is not under FIFA international window.
It has been brought in. It has been brought.
That does not. Remember,
it has
FIFA
been
said,
upgraded.
Remember, FIFA said it does not count in FIFA ranking.
Yes.
So why are you playing?
But no, there's an upgrade to it right now. Very soon it will get into that. But fine, they won a competition. Number 2, talent discovery. Under him, there has been that free flow, free hands to discover talent. The surge
that man has done is giving us Eric Chell.
That's what I wanted to say. Now the surge and the performance of Eric Chell, you could see
Eric Chell was kind of shaky.
He was kind of
not
shaky,
renewing his contract, and
discussions. He has not put pen to paper yet. But
now we there they talk about Musa. But Osas, go by form. By form, I beg.
So, but I believe if he gets to win, if he's the one to win, we'll support him. But let the best man win. That's what I need.
Let Osas give me his bank details right now. Let me transfer the 1 million naira.
Keep me him. Where I am seated and doing my sports show.
I want to give you 1 million
Don't
naira.
Don't give me. I don't want trouble now.
Speaking of the candidates, for Segun Solanke, if you want to know about him, he runs Olumo United Football Club in Ogun State, as well as FC Provasios and the FC Provasios Sports Academy in Lagos City. Sports Academy, the Olumo United is currently in their base in Abeokuta. They've competed in the Nigerian National League, that is the NLO. He has no background outside or inside the NFF boardroom politics, so he has no background there. He's currently competing, I think, under the slogan "One Football and all." One vision, one Nigeria, one football. It's competing under that. Also, another name being floated around is David Buhari Doherty, another aspirant. He's gotten the form.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's someone that has gotten the form. He competed in the 2022 elections. He was one of the 10 candidates that was cleared to contest for the vacant seats for Amaju Pinnick before Ibrahim Gusau took that. But he's an entrepreneur. He founded Team Nigeria UK, and also those are the names that we've got floating around for the NFF presidency candidacy. The election is going to be 27th of September. The form sales are already going on. The rules have been published. The submission deadline is going to be 12th of August, and the screening will run till late August. Then final candidates will be published 31st of August. Guys, one more name I think should be floating around is renowned sports journalist Ovie Wallace, the sports chef. What do you think about that?
Ovie Wallace.
Stay for every day. If now if you would you go contest,
let's head over to the phone lines now. 0810-951-0951, 0701-933-996. That's for the SMS and the WhatsApp. Also, we've got hello, good evening, welcome.
Good afternoon. I wanted to say good afternoon. Sorry about that.
Good evening.
The news don't enter my head. So at least still there for afternoon. Good evening, everybody. Benjamin, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, my name is Destiny.
All right, Destiny.
I wanted to pay attention today, but let me just score based on one thing that Benjamin said about everybody coming to compete. One of you read something out there that before you come to the national, let me put it that way, you must first of all have been a graduate in your own house, which is your state FA. And apart from Ibrahim Guzo and that Gombe of a guy, the rest of that, I don't think they are members of their FA or they are chairman in their state FA. So for that, how do you come to the national and contest and think you want to win election with that condition? They've already set the condition to favor themselves. So for you to be a member or for you to have access to them, you must be a chairman of your state FA, which is not, Sholanke is not one of it. And the other guy too, the one they just mentioned name now, is not even one of it as well. If you're not the chairman of your state FA,
nobody. See, for Choba, yeah.
No, SAS BFE chairman.
So if they don't stand the chance, and the rest of them don't stand the chance as well, and all of us resign from here when the people who are supposed to urge you to resign is standing on your mandate. That is one thing we need to know. There are when you are not doing well, it is not like we are crying that they are not doing well, they should go. The people inside is okay. They are not doing well. Let's listen to Nigerians. But in this one, the people who are supposed to push this matter is standing on their mandate. So Guzo go nowhere. So when you see all this thing, the other guy that doesn't want to buy from because he believes the system is not okay. No need wasting your money. I think Peter Side contest last time. So if he died Peter Side, something like that. So if he was treated fairly, and if he was very sure that he stand another chance, he would have bought from this season, this year again, to give him a second time. But the guy just say, oh man, no good, they go waste money. The people where they are their brothers, we know their neighbor where they live for their compound, I didn't get there. So there's no chance for any other person. Let them continue. For about 2 times we don't go to the World Cup and you are happy.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't even want to support this $40 million that is coming in. They want to bring to us. They should not bring. That program should be scrapped. Nobody should discuss about it. Because they will not use the money for anything. They will not improve the league. They will not improve the academy. Nobody. They will improve nothing. Because everybody is standing on their mandate. So, but as for VA, you have to stand on your mandate.
Sure. Oh. You're a good man. 08109510951 So Destiny, when I'm standing there, you'll be the first person I'll call. You'll be by my right hand. These people on my left hand, they'll stay up. They'll stay behind me. Osas, you'll stay behind me. Benjamin, you stay behind me. Let's get to the phone line. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
So Barry, you will stand with me, right?
Standing with you. Hey. I don't want to stand with anybody. I want to stand on my own. No? Because now fire shot, now I want fire too. Good on. You don't go carry by because they say na incumbent and then they put them. I think they go buy that from now. Say one go contest now. Person like me when I day now, waiting go make me a supporter. Waiting in London for Nigeria football, where go make me a supporter. Say make him come back again. He don't do a big 3 years. We no get better stadium. If that man wey dey for Ekene not been build the own, that one are private. We for no get stadium for Nigeria. Or they were acquired by people, not be build their own. We be acquired by state government, now build their own stadium for their own state. So now, entire Nigeria will for no get one single stadium wey be FIFA approved stadium. Then, hello?
Yes, go on. I can hear you.
Then, if they get mine, if they fit and if they buy from, say, what anyone can do again? But the second time, when they come, what anyone do? For under, we don't qualify for World Cup as the men. The junior team, I know sure say they don't qualify for under 7 for internal.
No.
So waiting go solve they do for Nigeria, but we will make person like me. I will clap and say make him come back again. See, this our administration. Some of them they not get shit. Yes, they not get shit because when they do all this, they finish. I don't know where then they go. Either then they go out to go meet their children, or then get another place where then they go, or all these things where then they do. Their children they not they stand. Because me, when they grow up with my papa, you get with my papa they do and for that day small. When if he do and when he come out, I will say, Papa, this one I don't like. Yes, and he go tell me say, okay, you don't hear. So waiting go tell me, Kabolo Barry. They make a support and say he won't come back to the second match. I don't blame him because he get Godfather for that place. And that is what he see they get mine, saying they come back, one come become NFL president again. So make him go on. Because I know say even though better person for come, when these politics people they decide this are football, as I've been talking before, Gusto will still come back and this time cry. We will still cry. And because of Gusto, me they pray, make these our women no qualify for World Cup. As I've been praying, make our men no qualify, they no qualify. Nigeria no collapse, say that we no qualify. And if the women no still qualify, Nigeria no go still collapse. But Gusto, one day, end of them waiting for that house, where then they use Nigeria football they play. Make them not say, bye, today for every all of them. One day their time go reach, can go. But when they not say, waiting then for this Nigeria, no, make them not say, one day we go ask them, waiting then do for us. Because now then say then they did us. And when we will ask them, then they give us better answer, waiting then use our money too. Now we will not say, now them will not say yes for this country. Problem they between people who love football and people who don't love football, because like Gusto them they don't like football. All the people where they are contribute the administration where they for football, they don't like football. Then they there for their money. So let them continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kabula. Let's see if we can take one more call because we've got a few minutes before we head out of the studio. 0810-9510-951 0701-933-996. That's for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Super Falcons play by 9 p.m. this evening against the Copper Queens of Zambia. It's all on stake. It's all to play for. They need a win to at least give them hope of qualifying for the next round. 0810-9510-951 For some transfers, we already have Tulu Arokodare moving to Ajax. There also might be a move for Rafael Onyedika as well. Yes, but with that, so it's time to call it curtains on this edition of today's Sports Live on the only station committed to bring you premium news, premium talk, and premium sport today, 95.1 FM. We've got the paid advert coming up in the next 2 minutes, and then we've got the news updates at 6. Yes, coming up. The sports team returns tomorrow for today's Sports Live. It's going to be 1 to 6 p.m. We'll have talking sports from other sports all the way to football and the transfer stories, the big transfer stories making rounds in the ever exciting world of sports. Till then, I've already have Rona in the studio ready for the news at 6. She's looking quite lovely this afternoon, and I do say the girlfriend's day is showing on you. But I say that bag. I mean, you're just coming from a date, Rona. You're just coming from a date. All right, Rona is looking all nice. I'm sure she went out with the girls. I know. Time to call it curtains. I am moving. What is the sports chef? I did a show with Benjamin Mina. We had Henry Ogugo. Also Osasin Win. Then got in the world of sports. Also had Somto Isaac in the first part, giving you guys everything that has to do with everything European football. So good night and enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life,
We, his friends, send our warmest felicitations to Professor Friday Ewumelu Aaron and his beloved family on their family Thanksgiving on Sunday, 2nd August 2026 at the Living Faith Church, Winners Chapel, number 4 Kaduna Street, D-Line, Port Harcourt. Aaronus, you and your family are a blessing personalized, but we wish to join you specifically to thank God for your well-deserved appointment as Professor of Orthopedic Surgery at the River State University Medical School and the successful completion of your tenure as the Pioneer Chief Medical Director of the River State University Teaching Hospital. Many saw you as a professor even before you were formally appointed, but your enormous achievements as CMD of RSUTH, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, are largely unsung, but nevertheless deeply appreciated among the learned. We believe that these are stepping stones to higher responsibilities, for you have proved yourself worthy time after time. Congratulations, our dearly beloved friend. From Professor Seifa Brisibe, Professor of Family Medicine and Honorable Commissioner for Health, Bayelsa State, Professor Vad Origi, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Professor Best Odinyoha, Professor of Preventive and Social Medicine, Professor Daprin Ogaji, Center Director, World Bank Africa Center of Excellence for Public Health and Toxicological Research, Uniport, Prince Dr. Felix Waboso, CEO, Cedar Construction Company, Dr. Dakuru Atupa, CEO, Fidelio Group, and Alhaji Ibrahim Tuse Dasuki, Texton Construction Company Limited.